Bom dia a todos. This is just a call for all council members and participants to sit down and take your seats. We will begin in a couple of minutes. We're still waiting for some council members so we can have quorum and begin the session. So if you have seen one of them in the corridors, please ask them to come in. For today, you can see that I have an orange jug in front of me. This is not orange juice. This is a special mix that I put in the water when I do my runs, so you can endure the run. So anybody who's feeling a little bit weak, I got excellent mineral water for the endurance.
colleagues, please take your seat because we are ready to go.
Okay, good morning to every single one, to our third day of the 64th GEF Council meeting. I got quite a few announcements to do with regards to the timetable, agenda for today and tomorrow. We will be presenting to your consideration today organizing a intersessional council meeting according to the rules of procedure in the instrument, rules of procedure of this council and the GEF instrument. We can organize an intersessional council meeting. Our proposal is to move 3 agenda items into a intersessional council meeting so we can free up a little bit the agenda without generating any unplanned, undesired circumstances in the operation of the council and the secretariat. So the issues are agenda item number 7, Global Environmental Facility Strategy for Knowledge Management and Learning. Agenda item 8, Enhancing Policy Coherence through GEF Operations. And agenda item 14, Relations with the conventions and other international institutions. As I said, this will be discussed in a special meeting of the Council convened under paragraph 15 of the Rules of Procedure. The special meeting will be the 65th Council meeting, and we will be doing it in a virtual format. A date of this intersessional meeting will be proposed tomorrow under agenda item 19. I want to pass the floor to our secretary, to William, to explain just a little bit about the rules of procedure with regards to paragraph 15 of the rules of procedures.
Thank you very much. Well, essentially, the instrument says that the council will meet twice a year or as many times as necessary to conduct its business. And in the rules of procedure, it says that a special council meeting can be called when decisions are required that cannot be done by mail. In other words, they require a discussion. And that's in paragraph 15 of the rules of procedure. It's very simple and very short, but essentially that's what it says. So since these issues that the chair has mentioned require that discussion before taking a decision, then that's why the proposal to have this special council meeting. In the order of numbers, it will be the 65th, because whether it's special or not, we just follow numbering. And that's the proposal. I assume that having fewer items, but we will propose a date tomorrow under the business. We're going to try to look at the calendars and see what fits with all the other environmental meetings and come up with an idea. Because we're supposed to give you 4 weeks in advance, but if you already take the decision here, then we don't have to tell you 4 weeks in advance because you've already taken the decision. So I think that suffices for now, unless there's any question.
Is there any questions or comments from council members? Yes, US, please.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing me, and good morning, everyone. Can you just repeat what issues you want to cover in the special council meeting?
Sure. There will be 3 agenda items. Agenda item 7, Global Environment Facility Strategy for Knowledge Management and Learning. Second one is agenda item number 8, Enhancing Policy Coherence through GEF Operations. And agenda item 14, Relations with the conventions and other international institutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, I would like to indicate to the council that agenda item number 3, GEF Business Plan and Corporate Budget for fiscal year 24, has not been formally adopted. This is a clarification I want to do. A revised text of the draft decision will be circulated today, and the agenda item will be revisited at a appropriate time during this afternoon, and the Secretariat will be working on that. Once agreed, the draft decision will be officially adopted, and that will come as any other council decision that will be included in the summary of the chairs, which will be at the very end of the 64th council meeting. Okay. With this clarification, couple of with the proposal of the intersectional and the clarification on the budget agenda item, I would like to officially begin today's agenda, and we will. Let me also go quickly with the updated agenda items for today. So this morning we will begin with agenda item 17, which is assessing the strength of the GEF partnership. Then we will go from 9:30 to lunch with agendas items related to IEO that has to do with the annual performance report, which is a special on the special teams. Then the evaluation of the GEF approach on international interventions in water security and management and the management response. Then we will go to the strategic country cluster evaluation of the lower Mekong River Basin ecosystem, and we'll conclude with the 4-year work program budget of the IEO. As we finish this morning with IEO businesses, we'll have the chair of the staff doing us their report, and then we'll break for lunch. Council members are invited for the informal conversation presentation of the GEFSEC restructuring. Then we will reconvene after lunch at 2 p.m. with agenda item 15, which is preparing the GEF to serve as part of the financial mechanism of the new international agreement on BVNJ. And we project to end that agenda item at 3 p.m., where we will stop today's council session so we can give time for council members continue in their informal deliberations with regards to GBFF. Of course, there's a agenda item at 6 p.m. that has to do with the report of the selection and review committee. So this is what we have for today. I think everybody has received the updated agenda. Thank you so much. So with this, let me get into agenda item number 17, assessing the strength of the GEF partnership, coverage by the GEF agencies. I would like to invite Paola Ridolfi, joined by Jonathan Caldicott, to introduce document GEF/C64/10, assessing the strength of the GEF partnership, coverage by GEF agencies. Good morning, Paola. Good morning, Jonathan. Paola, you got the floor, please.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much. So we're here to present the document on assessing the strength of the GEF partnership, coverage by GEF agencies. You will recall that this document was requested by mandate from the GEF 8 replenishment and the Council decision to help identify any actions that may be warranted during GEF 8 on the thematic and geographic coverage by our 18 implementing agencies. You will recall that the GEF 8 replenishment process concluded that the current cohort of agencies served the partnership well and no further action was needed. However, it also requested the Secretariat to take 4 specific steps during GEF 8. First, to continue to monitor the thematic and geographic coverage by agencies. Second, to explore changes that may be needed if we found any gaps. Third, to make information available to OFPs and others on agency coverage and performance in order to better enable countries to make an informed choice of agency to use for GEF projects. And finally, to streamline and simplify procedures to make it easier for all countries to access GEF resources through the current cohort of agencies. Overall, we found that we have made progress already in GEF 8. The geographic and thematic coverage continues to improve with a positive trend line. On making information available on agency capacity, we have held extensive consultations in the context of the integrated programs, restarting ECWs and national dialogues, as well as all the new activities endorsed through the country engagement strategy, making agency fact sheets available on the website for OFPs, as well as country fact sheets with all updated portfolio and star allocation information, and for all stakeholders to use. The GEF corporate scorecard that was released contains a map that gives a great picture of the extensive outreach work that we have already done in GEF 8 towards this objective. However, we also note a few areas for further work. First, the regional development banks generally have not increased their shares in GEF 7, during GEF 7. As we have heard already in this meeting, MDBs are committed to increase their shares, and we're working on a streamlining agenda in parallel that is expected to help this process and alleviate some of the constraints to a more active engagement. We will bring a proposal to Council in December on the overall streamlining effort. Another point to note is that the 4 national and sub-regional agencies added most recently to the partnership, namely BOA, DBSA, FECO, and FUNRIO, together accounted for less than 1/3 of 1% of GEF 7 funding. This paper includes a proposal that we hope would promote a further upward trend in activity by this grouping. Nevertheless, we have observed that in some countries, particularly the Pacific SIDS, the founding GEF agencies remain prominent with over 50% of GEF resources in these regions. This suggests to us that first, additional efforts are needed by the other GEF agencies that are currently able to program in these countries. We have also listened to OFPs who have expressed concern with respect to the specific cases and alternatives when assessing GEF funds. In this spirit, we're bringing recommended decisions on a recommended decision on the Development Bank of South Africa, DBSA, which was originally brought into the partnership as a national entity and therefore has used GEF funds only in South Africa to enhance the capacity of DBSA to expand its coverage to the region. Finally, the proposed decision includes a commitment by the Secretariat to come back to Council with an updated analysis on geographic coverage, thematic coverage, effectiveness, efficiency, and engagement prior to the start of the GEF 9 replenishment negotiations. This would include recommendations for any further actions that may be warranted in GEF 9. We're happy to address any questions from Council on this paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paola. With this, I would like to open the floor for questions and comments from Council members. As usual, the Secretary of the Council, William, will help me and will guide the conversation.
Rob, I see your sign is up. Emily, you have the floor.
Thank you, and good morning, colleagues. Well, first of all, thanks for the document, and thank you, Paula, for the presentation. I just have one question, because the document says that 6 of the agencies all managed to get like 80% or more than 80% of their projects reaching first disbursement within those 18 months. So I was just wondering, because we always hear complaints from countries that it takes too long for projects to reach implementation. So I was just wondering why those agencies manage to reach the implementation and first disbursement at relatively faster pace than others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andrea, you have the floor.
Good morning, and thank you, everybody. It's the first time I've taken the floor, so I would like to extend New Zealand's gratitude to the Secretariat for all their work and to Brazil for hosting this important meeting. Thank you very much to the Secretariat and IEO for your work in exploring the strength of the GEF partnership. We note that the paper suggests that there is not much appetite for partnership expansion, but we agree that in some circumstances it would still make sense to provide increased coverage, and in particular we think that with regard to the Pacific small island developing states. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Sano, you have the floor.
Very good morning, and thank you very much for giving this opportunity. So we have a very short comment on the partnership. So if we want to see the strength, so we know these 18 agencies and other partners, we have particular strength. So we need to know to what extent this strength is. As for example, there should have different elements, like Objective 5, it is showing that the partnerships in terms of geographic coverage, thematic coverage, effective efficiency and engagement. So we need to see to what extent, which if possible it should be presented in a graphical mode, that how it, which agency, which level they make the engagement, and engagement of the key stakeholders at the country level, engagement with the government, engagement with the civil societies, engagement with the communities. So this need to be very concretely presented, because engagement doesn't mean just come for a meeting and go back home and we demonstrate we have very good engagement. So we need to see the engagement that they take the ownership. When we talk about the gender participation or indigenous people's participation, that means they engaged with some responsibilities. Without responsibilities, then there is no accountability to deliver anything. So if possible, please share us how the strength look like and to what extent they made their achievement, what is their needs, what is their gaps, and what to be improved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sano. Colin, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And just to pick up the point that was raised during the presentation of this paper, in the sense that my constituency tends to remain with the traditional partners. I'm just wondering whether, in terms of whether a workshop could be done in terms of trying to ensure that we broaden our partnership with other implementing agencies as well, beyond the current existing one. I think it's just that we're trying to do something different, but maybe we're still probably in a place where we might need some more exposure on some of these things. So the request is basically, if if there is something that there is a workshop, this could be one of them that could probably include in terms of presenting it to our constituency. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stéphanie, vous avez la parole.
Bonjour à tous, merci. Merci pour ce document. De manière générale, Pardon, je vous laisse prendre les casques pour la traduction. Donc nous vous remercions pour ce document. Je voulais simplement dire que d'une part, nous soutenons le besoin de renforcer l'efficacité et l'efficience du partenariat afin que les pays puissent être en mesure de diversifier leur choix d'agence. Donc il faut vraiment travailler avec les pays pour qu'ils aient une meilleure connaissance des agences, de leur valeur ajoutée et pouvoir continuer cette diversification. Par ailleurs, nous soutenons le point qui a été fait par la Nouvelle-Zélande et les îles Solomon. Il y a des zones où il y a un besoin de diversification, notamment dans le Pacifique. Et enfin, nous soutenons formellement la levée des restrictions géographiques pour la DBAC. Merci.
Merci. Rob, you have the floor. You can go ahead, Rob. Yes? That Rob.
Sorry, I was still had my earphones on and I didn't hear. Thank you for the report and analysis. Find it very, very helpful and interesting. We're happy to support expanding DBSA's remit to encompass its full operating territory. It will be important as GEF 8 is implemented to make sure that all GEF agencies are engaged in programming. We are concerned that the expressions of interest for IP programs were dominated by a few agencies, with 4 UN agencies accounting for 147 EOIs, over 40% of the total. And I appreciate the calls from the Solomon Islands and from New Zealand and from France about workshops related with countries, especially Pacific Island countries, to work on diversification. But I think it's premature to start talking about adding new GEF agencies before the start of the 9th replenishment. So with existing agencies, we think that makes a lot of sense, and we should be doing that, but we shouldn't be starting any expansion discussions before GEF 9. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me offer the floor to Paola for any comments.
Thank you for these very valuable comments and questions. To the question on, I'll respond in order, the question on the portfolio quality, which is addressed in detail in the annual monitoring report that comes out in December. Basically, it is about dialogue with countries and agencies and how well prepared projects are before they are presented to the GEF. So the accelerating first disbursement really depends on the assessment of capacity of the execution agency and what arrangements have been put in place to start executing immediately after CO endorsement. Often we see that this does not happen, that there are several arrangements on implementation that remain to be put in place after CO endorsement. And so what we're doing, we are strengthening our portfolio monitoring capacity, and the CO will discuss that in a different setting, in order to precisely better monitor the preparedness of project execution level by the starting after CO endorsement, so that between endorsement and first disbursement, the gap is shortened. It shouldn't be only 6 agencies. Obviously, those 6 agencies have prepared the execution capacity assessment in advance. They have prepared their procurement packages in advance. They have brought on board all stakeholders in advance, and that pays off, and we want all agencies to operate that way. So that's certainly a model to follow, and we will be monitoring closely. Sano, thank you for the critical question of how we define engagement, right? So we have a stakeholder engagement policy as regards involving our key state and non-state actors, but here what we mean is really the participation of GEF agencies into the partnership. And therefore it is really a hard look at how agencies are participating in accessing GEF funds. However, you are absolutely right. We are, in fact, expanding our concept of engagement to social inclusion, as you know, and the CSO network are a critical part of this effort. We understand that diversified presence would be needed, and we welcome the interventions by the Solomon Islands and France, and we also note the invitation not to cover this as with an expansion lens that Rob USA was introduced. Now we take Colin's recommendation of a workshop. So we have, at this point, through the country engagement strategy, we have a set of existing and new workshops that we have rolled out in GEF 8. First, we focused on the IP workshops to bring countries and agencies on board. And we covered all regions in the space of 6 months to really make sure that there was full capacity to access the IPs. That has been our focus. We have then resumed the ECW expanded constituency workshops, which have a focus on building capacity of governments and civil society and agencies in accessing GEF resources. What you're asking is actually to target agencies in order to raise their capacity to strengthen the engagement with countries. And we would be happy to explore how to devise such a model of engagement. So thank you for that recommendation. So with this, I hope I have addressed all questions. Anything else to add?
Thank you very much. So, Sylvia, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. Germany welcomes the analysis presented by the GEF Secretariat. We genuinely believe there is a good geographic and thematic coverage, but challenges remain for equal access to GEF funding by all agencies. We hence strongly urge the Secretariat to ensure that the notional cap of 30% per any one agency under GEF 8 is adhered to. We also therefore request the GEF Secretariat to take effective measures to ensure better distribution of project among agencies, whilst allowing for strategic decision-making in the context of country programming to achieve maximum global environmental benefit. As mentioned, we expect the Secretariat to develop a GEF 8 midterm evaluation focused on deconcentration of resources among agencies. We furthermore would like to encourage the GEF Secretariat to strengthen the engagement of MDBs and RDBs in the implementation of GEF 8. A stronger engagement of financial institutions can enable to push for strong policy reforms and mobilization of private sector actors in recipient countries. This notion, however, is not reflected in the current work program, and only 11.7% of the resources of this work program are allocated to the 8 MDBs and IFIs under the GEF agencies. When solely considering the Regional Development Bank, this figure amounts to only 3.3%, which is far off the agreed upon aspirational target of 10%. Further, we like to see a wider engagement of agencies in SIDS and fragile states and encourage the GEF Secretariat to support agencies in further outreach in these areas, or, for example, through joint programming with agencies already engaged in these areas. And we hence echo strongly the points made by our colleague from the Solomon Islands and also our colleagues from the US and France. My laptop is frozen. That's very helpful. We welcome the effort of the GEF Secretariat to increase the transparency of GEF agency engagement through the preparation of publicly available agency fact sheets to enhance the accountability of agencies. These fact sheets should be periodically updated and the displayed information criteria adjusted in consultation with the Council. Germany also encourages the Secretariat to continue monitoring the GEF partnership and incentivize agencies to stronger engage in blended finance approaches to leverage limited GEF resources and make the biggest impact. As our colleague from the US, we are open to the extension of the operational limits of DBSA to implement GEF projects in additional Southern African countries, aligned with their organizational mandate. We did, though, notice that the DBSA did not request any funding under the work program of this council and hope that an extended geographical scope will incentivize to submit more PIFs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Rajender.
Thank you, William, and thanks, Paula, for the presentation. Well, we broadly support GEF's efforts for transparency and engaging with more agencies. However, we feel that, and this is also the concern raised by our constituency countries, that there is representation includes implementation repeatedly only by few agencies, and there is concentration within GEF agencies also only 3 to 4 agencies. And another feedback is that once a project is allocated to GEF agencies, after that they treat it like their own project. There is lack of coordination with the country and constituency partners, which is a matter of concern. Another feedback which I would prefer to give under this head only, though it can be covered widely under many heads, that there are many projects which are closed but completed, but closure is not done, and funds are still lying with GEF agencies. For many years countries are raising this concern because they feel it's their fund. GEF agencies feel it's their fund once allocated to them. So that is one area, and this situation specifically demands that GEF should increase its mandate and should expand, including the national and state agencies, which have more local experience, more foot soldiers on the ground, because these agencies ultimately they don't have foot soldiers on ground. They are again dependent on subcontracting it. So it's a matter of subcontracting and further subcontracting. It demands, the procedures may be very good, they may be very good at paperwork and creating and generating good reports, but whether it's effective on ground or not, that's a big question. So with these words, we broadly support this project, and we support expansion of DSA to other areas. I think that's a good beginning, and it should open up for other areas and other partners also. Thank you, and back to you, William.
Thank you very much. René, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. If the Macron summit makes something clear last week, it is that there's incredible unease with how we are able to mobilize the means for the triple planetary crisis. So I think that the context in which we're discussing this, I mean, I'm very happy with this, that it's here, but we also should avail ourselves of the opportunity to really position this in the context of the MDB reforms that we're seeking, because there will not be an MDB reforms with somehow also having an impact on the GEF, on the GCF, on the climate investment funds. So I think that's very important that we have that flexibility here on the board as well to change certain operations or the way we are dealing with the MDBs. And moreover, a more technical question. The number of implementing agency is now 18. Is there a reason why we're fixed at 18, or do we also allow ourselves to go beyond 18? But my most important remark is that let's just be ready to also change our behavior or our proceedings in light of the fact that there's big worldwide unease with how we rally money and funding for the triple planetary crisis and the urgent reform of the MDBs.
Thank you very much. Next is Masoud. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, and good morning, colleagues. I think when we discuss partnership, there are a number of elements which we should look at them very carefully. Certainly, diversity of agencies and their presence in the countries are a valid point and a criteria to assess that how much GEF could, through these agencies, be active and follow a good interaction with the recipient countries. But in addition, having good access to the funds of the GEF is also a very important criteria. Without timely and adequate and easy access to the funds and allocations, certainly these agencies would not be able to follow very actively, what they have in their mandates. The other aspect is that sometimes we could see a negative competition among the agencies in a specific country because the resources are limited. So those agencies, instead of having a synergy and a collaboration together, they start to undermine each other. So we think that in an assessment, this should also be highlighted. And of course, the geographic coverage is very much important. Sometimes it's not in the hand of the countries. It is in the board of those agencies to decide, having in mind the budget limits that they are able to be present in a specific country or a specific region or not. And with respect to lifting the limits on some of the MDBs or agencies to have better coverage or broader coverage and also presence in other regions, we think that we should have in mind that are these agencies able to have co-financing or co-funding in execution of the projects, and also physical presence in those regions or sub-regions or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Husana, you have the floor.
This is my first intervention during this council meeting, and I also would like to thank Brazil for the warm hospitality, and also the GEF Secretariat for the provided opportunity to take part in addressing global environmental challenges which have crucial importance for all of us. Thank you, Paula, for the presentation. I would like to bring the example of Armenia for the last two replenishments, GEF 7 and GEF 8. During both cases, the project ideas and concepts were directly emanating from government priorities and our obligations under different multilateral environmental agreements. And also during the GEF 7 was the national dialogue conducted by the GEF Secretariat was very important for identification of vital projects among submitted concepts by different GEF implementing agencies dealing in Armenia. In the result, the whole allocation was programmed effectively to address environmental challenges at national level and also the regional initiatives. For the GEF 8 is the same, and we have already programmed the star allocation provided to the country. And I also would like to mention that as to the physical presence on the ground, we have also cooperation with agencies which have not country offices in Armenia. And also I would like to refer to the small grant program in Armenia. For 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th operational phases for the GEF, the small grant program Armenia was allocated about 5 million of the GEF core and STAR funds, and that were committed over 112 viable grant projects. And the SGP succeeded to mobilize over 6.5 million of cash and in-kind co-financing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So before I give the floor back to Paola, I see some people who have spoken who still have their signs up. So if you want to speak again, I'll give you the floor again. Otherwise, it's helpful if you put it down. So Paola, you have the floor.
Thank you, and we take note of these comments and also encouragement to from Germany to conduct a midterm evaluation. We would be happy to further discuss and understand, since this was mentioned yesterday also in the context of another presentation, whether this would be done internally, as we're strengthening our portfolio management function, or by IEO independently. So we are happy to pursue this further. And certainly we note with concern that we should make further efforts to encourage the involvement of MDBs, as we have discussed in the context of other papers. Thank you, Rajender, for really encouraging agencies to focus on effectiveness on the ground, and for your support to DBSA to pave the way for other regional agencies to strengthen their presence. We appreciate the Netherlands. René, thank you for reminding us about the global context in which we're operating, and why 18 agencies. Well, this was a process that was conducted in phases, right? And all agencies were invited to compete based on criteria of compliance. So we have set a really strict criteria of compliance, and these are the agencies that have met those fiduciary stakeholder engagement safeguards compliance. We appreciate what you refer to, which is really the need to change behaviors and strengthen collaboration. And we hope with the enhanced focus in GEF 8 on IPs, we will achieve that objective. Thank you, Masood, for noting the negative competition that does not contribute to the collaboration and effective implementation of projects, and the need to leave geographic coverage to countries to decide. And we note Armenia's very positive experience in working with agencies that do not have a presence on the ground. Thank you. So that is possible. And also, thank you for mentioning the SGP and the successful mobilization of co-financing. Let me ask Jonathan, who's behind this paper, has done a lot of work on this and on the policy agenda in general. We also have Cyril Bled here, who has done the analysis behind this paper. Jonathan, do you want to add anything?
Thank you, Paula. I mean, you covered the points. I would just maybe add that on the question of national entities, the way the GEF functions, there's a separation between the GEF agency role of supervision and implementation, and then the national level agency or entity that actually executes. And the Secretariat has been quite vigilant in ensuring that there is a separation, and that the exceptions where an agency also acts in an execution role is truly an exception, and only when there are no other options. And so, in that respect, we are trying to encourage that there is a local capacity building on that front. And then just one other point on the on encouraging the multilateral development banks. As Claude mentioned yesterday, the Secretariat has limited tools in a construct where this is a country-driven process and a country choice of agency. But we're working with the agencies, will be over the next few months, to come up with measures on streamlining the process and making it easier to work with GEF, so that we expect that will help to remove some of the barriers to entry that we've been hearing from some of the agencies. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Andrea Josephson, you have the floor, and I'm sorry, I should have seen your sign earlier.
Thank you, William. And thank you, Paula. Thank you, Jonathan, for the presentations and clarifications. Sweden would like to thank the Secretariat for the document, and we appreciate this document especially since it includes this analysis of barriers to entrance of implementing agencies. That was an important ask from the GEF 8 replenishment discussion and concentration, so we appreciate that. And in that regard, just a short comment on the evolution of GEF agency coverage, perhaps to support what has already been raised by Germany and others. We find that while it is too early to assess the experience in GEF 8, we would like to underline the importance of continuing to monitor this development and to ensure reaching GEF 8 targets on 30% for any one agency and the aspirational target of 10% for the regional development banks. As we heard yesterday in the discussions on the work program, a number of agencies have no funding in the 2023 work program or a very low share of the resources. So we're happy to hear the recognition that we need to increase the RDB's share of the portfolio, and just perhaps to underline that this is an acceleration that needs to be made fairly quickly, as a quarter of the program is now already programmed. So we will continue to monitor this closely, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And remember, when you're reading from your script, to take it just a little slower, because otherwise you can't be properly followed. And we want you to be understood in all the languages. Okay, Igugo-san, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We're happy to support the recommendation. This is a topic of high interest for Japan as well, but since many of the other speakers have already raised important issues, I want to be concise in my intervention. We welcome that the development going on around concentration of agencies issue, but we think that further development needs to be continued with regard to the diversification of agencies in order to reduce the risk of misconducts and to be able to implement more efficiently. To that end, we think it might be a good occasion to consider about enhancing or adding more implementing agencies, as some others have also referred to. If we're not mistaken, the last time implementing agencies was added was in 2015, and the enhancement was considered in 2018. A lot has occurred since 2018 in the last 55 years regarding the discussions surrounding biodiversity or the climate issues, and we would like to hear Secretariat's thoughts on adding more implementation agencies. We also reiterate the need to work together with other environmental and climate funds to maximize coherence and complementarity and achieve efficient and effective delivery. There might be many barriers, but we appreciate Secretariat's continued efforts to this end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hoda, you have the floor.
Sorry, I didn't notice. Good morning, everyone. Maybe this, to continue the discussion, thanks for the document, of course, and the presentation, but I want to highlight that we request, I don't know if it's for my constituency or for the others, to look for the agencies right now. They need some sort of capacitation, a little bit, informative session, maybe under the GEF Secretariat or something like that, because already there is a gap a little bit. Maybe in the headquarters, they know the proper information, the direction of the GEF, the roles and the mandates, everything. But when you go back in the countries, not all the staff understand what the GEF is. Some of the agencies, of course, are well capacitated. For example, when you come to say for the UNDP or the World Bank, but for example, we can see lots of turnover in the FAO and for example, the UNIDO and stuff like that. New members joined, but they do not understand the GEF portfolio properly. So either or you have sort of a informative or some sort of sessions to let them understand what is about and how it's run and how's the countries, what's the country's role, and it's either it's the, I don't know how to explain it, but it's sort of understand properly the GEF portfolio, more or less, than expanding and having more agencies. Having more is going to put us lots of problems and issues, and maybe it will not be focused a little bit. We do have already 18 agencies, so maybe the 18 should be capacitated properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hoda Laverne, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. The Caribbean constituency agree that the streamlining of the project cycle and templates, empowerment of OFPs in the project development process, and choice of agencies have been critical to enhancing the GEF partnership. The Caribbean constituency has aimed to capitalize on the experience of GEF agencies wherever possible. However, proximity and experience working with countries as small as ours with particular characteristics has placed limitations on selection. The concentration of funds observed is a manifestation of this circumstance and the country-driven aspect of project development, including the agency selection. But as outlined in the document, even in our constituency, we had ventured to diversify.
Sorry to interrupt you, Laverne. Just get a bit closer to the microphone, if you don't mind.
Do I need to start over, or?
You don't need to start over, but just either speak louder or closer to the microphone, whichever works best. Thank you.
But as outlined in the document, even in our constituency, we have ventured to diversify our agency selection. To further broaden our selection, we seek the support of the GEF Council to reopen the accreditation process to ready agencies and institutions to hit the ground running for GEF 9. We see the inclusion of the Caribbean Development Bank as part of the GEF family as critical in providing another option for the Caribbean constituency in regard to our partnership with the GEF. We also encourage ongoing capacity building for OFPs, PFPs, convention focal points, and support officers to further strengthen the timely implementation and monitoring of projects and programs on ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laverne. And next speaker before we go back to Paola, Sam, you have the floor.
Thank you. As this is my first intervention, I would like to start by extending my thanks to the GEF Secretariat for their work and the government of Brazil for hosting us. As the US, India, and Germany said, we are happy to remove the geographic restrictions for the Development Bank of South Africa with the hope that this increases their engagement with the GEF going forward. We think it is important that we seek to diversify the extent and coverage of implementing agencies, especially the MDBs, but at the same time doing this with the support of participating countries and ensuring country ownership. We note and have heard repeatedly that the GEF Secretariat have limited tools to increase MDB engagement. We believe programming modalities are an important tool. For example, we note the high level of engagement of MDBs and RDBs in the blended finance programme. We are also interested to see the impact of the national steering committees introduced in GEF 8 and their role in enhancing the breadth and extent of engagement with implementing agencies, in particular the MDBs and RDBs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to Paola.
Thank you very much for these questions. So we want to certainly continue to develop better analytics. Thank you to Sweden for mentioning the importance of this, and we are constantly updating our country fact sheets and agency fact sheets, which are available through our portal. We also want to, again, continue to work with agencies to receive up-to-date information on portfolio, and of course we count on the information that we receive from agencies to assess quality of the portfolio on the ground. Thank you, Ikuko-san, for mentioning that the agency accreditation process has taken some time, and it's now, we are observing how this is going. So we are in that process throughout, and we will be throughout the remainder of GEF 8. Oda, thank you for this interesting reference to the reality on the ground. We have agencies present here, so I suggest we take this up directly, and it's very good to have agencies participate in council. We have had a very good agency retreat in the spring, hosted by FAO and IFAD, and we would like to maybe take the issue of capacity further to discuss with them, because we do see a gap between coordination units and regional offices and country offices. Our staff do a lot of the direct responses on clarifications on policies, guidelines themselves. So our operations team is actually directly involved in that, but we certainly want to have agencies take on that role internally more, and we're happy to provide workshops as suggested earlier to agencies as well. Laverne, thank you for mentioning the need for capacity building of OFPs. With the CS, we are proposing activities to support OFPs more directly. We have, in fact, we're going to launch at Assembly a new community of practice that has been piloted in 7 countries, and that offers the opportunity to OFP to exchange information in real time and really put in practice South-South cooperation. So we invite you at Assembly to watch for that event, which is going to be very, very interesting, and for your country representatives to join the KCP. For Sam, welcome, and thank you, the UK, for these remarks, and for mentioning also the importance of blended finance and the participation of agencies to the blended finance efforts that we are strengthening. Jonathan, anything else? Thank you very much for these remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ubaji, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor, and also the Secretariat for the presentation. I think from my view, in as much we compliment, we thank the agencies that are all around there helping countries or working with the countries to implement some of the GEF funding. To my view, I think the assessment is kind of generic because you are talking about 18 agencies. And out of those 18 agencies, it is possible to categorize them because I know when OFPs complain, they have specific complaints that they normally do with respect to those that in terms of accessing funds. So it is possible for us to know, based on that 18 list, how many of them are kind of problematic or kind of difficult in terms of assessing the funds. And if possible, how can we engage them so that we know what are the issues and how best we can create a way forward in terms of some of those challenges that, because in my constituent or my country in particular, I don't know where the rules are set, but there's kind of an over implementation of some of these rules to a level that you have one size fit all kind of situation where some of the conditions are too stiff and to some degree, and the country knows, oh, there is this amount of money that is there to implement projects at rural level or beneficial level. But it becomes very difficult. So you can have that back and forth, which invariably also delay in terms of implementation, and sometimes we don't really get the results that we want to get. So it is important that, to me, that we categorize some of these agencies based on the complaints, and we engage them why the rules are, because we are working with others, but with smooth, but others becomes difficult. And it is all the same GEF funds. So that's kind of my take on this issue. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Laura from Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias, William. Thank you to the Secretariat for preparing these documents. And regarding this, this item on the assessment of the strengthening of the GEF partnership and the coverage role of the agencies, the need for equal access to agencies already qualified by the GEF as considered under the coherence review and strengthening policies in the GEF 8 approval process, and making echo previous comments on the importance to include national agencies that meet the acceptance requirements is important for us. It will be very crucial to provide additional information on the participation and outreach efforts available to the operational focal points and other stakeholders in this area, in order to provide additional information on the capacity of the agencies and the scope of activities available to the operational focal points and other stakeholders to inform decision making. Additionally, granting national agencies the possibility to implement the GEF programs and projects is of great importance, taking into consideration the relevance of country-driven process, the cost of the current implementing agencies and how this could be translated into enhancing impact on the ground. We see this as a sterling opportunity to provide an approach that improves the involvement and participation of the countries in this process, for which it is important to work together in the review of the agencies in order to achieve the successful accreditation process before GEF 9. We hope that we can here discuss in phase of the GEF 9 to have a periodic process that is accessible and guarantees the standard and safeguard of the agencies. And of course, we are very aware the necessity of the coordination of between implementing agencies and executing agencies at the national level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura. Gabriela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, William. I'll keep it very short because I don't know, since we walked in late, what has been said. Our main point is the question, we're only lifting the geographic focus for DBSA, and we were wondering whether that's not possible to also be lifted for FUNBIO and FECO, which are the other two national accredited entities, because we understand at least FUNBIO is for sure also active regionally, and we understand they also want to be more active regionally, especially in the Amazon. And I'm looking at China with FECO. I don't know if the mandate of FECO, of course, is only to focus on China. It's difficult to lift that geographic limitation, but if the mandate of FECO is broader, we don't see why we shouldn't be lifting the geographic limitation only on DBSA, but we would actually suggest lifting the geographic limitation on all of these implementing agencies to facilitate them to be more of a regional player than just a national one. But for that, we need to get, first, of course, the feedback of those countries which have these implementing agencies, if it's possible or not within their mandate.
Thank you, Gabriela. Judith, you have the floor.
Buenos días. Nuestra circunscripción apoya la decisión recomendada y destaca la importancia de que se siga monitoreando la fortaleza de las agencias a lo largo de las 5 dimensiones: cobertura geográfica, cobertura temática, eficacia, eficiencia y participación. También nuestra circunscripción quiere expresar la importancia de los Expanded Constituency Workshops como una instancia de fortalecimiento de los puntos focales en las distintas materias relacionadas con el GEF. También para conocer las distintas agencias de implementación que actúan en nuestra región, lo cual es fundamental para lograr una adecuada selección de las mismas, para trabajar de acuerdo a las prioridades nacionales cuando presentamos los proyectos y que es necesario muchas veces para esto la presencia en el territorio. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Judith. Sylvia, you want the floor? Okay, I assume that Laverne and Lauda don't want the floor, but I see Jan. So Jan, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie d'abord les collègues de l'Algérie, de la Colombie, qui ont déjà souligné les points sur lesquels je devais intervenir. Mais cependant, je voudrais insister sur la question de renforcement des capacités des agences qui sont dans nos pays, car avec les rotations du personnel, les changements de personnel qui interviennent, et nous nous trouvons en face des responsables d'agences qui ne connaissent pas bien le FEM. Les procédures du FEM leur sont inconnues puisque il y a eu des changements de personnel. Et le Covid aussi est venu accentuer cet état de choses. Et je pense qu'il faut pour ma circonscription, la bande côtière, bien sûr, de la zone ouest africaine, une rencontre de renforcement des capacités de l'ensemble des acteurs de la zone, y compris les agences, les points focaux, pour que ils puissent s'approprier des procédures du GEF, de mise en œuvre des projets du GEF. Je voudrais terminer mon propos en revenant aussi sur un aspect, c'est la procédure. Par rapport, quelqu'un a intervenu là-dessus, par rapport à la stratégie du pays. Un pays, la stratégie d'un pays se base souvent sur les gouvernements qui arrivent pour une durée donnée et qui se donnent une stratégie, se donnent des plans de mise en œuvre de cette stratégie Et tout ça découle des projets qui sont parfois et qui sont souvent soumis à la procédure du GEF. Alors, donc, parfois, on se retrouve avec des projets soumis par un gouvernement qui est en train de finir, et c'est en ce moment que l'accord est donné pour... Ce n'est plus les mêmes les mêmes responsables, ce n'est plus la même vision de mise en œuvre, et je voudrais plaider encore en soutenant l'aspect souligné dans le rapport d'évaluation qui a mis l'accent sur la diminution des procédures, la facilité qu'il faut inclure dans la procédure, surtout par rapport au délai de traitement par étape des documents de projet qui sont soumis. Merci.
Merci, Jeanne. Je ne vois plus. Alors, back to Paula.
Thank you very much for these very good questions, which also relate to broader work that we are embarking on or that is already ongoing. Majid, thank you for recognizing the importance of categorizing agencies. In fact, our annual monitoring report includes a streetlight sort of very visual set of graphic explanation of how agencies are performing against specific measures of portfolio performance, and I invite you to review the annual monitoring report from last December. We will deliver a new one in December. We also have engaged agencies to release funds that are currently locked because financially projects are not financially closed, even though they are de facto closed. And it refers back, I refer back also to the point raised by Rajender earlier on financial closure. And by proactively engaging with agencies on this front, understanding first where the issues are, we have been able to release $80 million, and we thank the one agency that has actually taken action on closing financially closed projects, which is the World Bank, for doing that, and we invite all agencies to take proactive actions. We also want to encourage OFPs to consider the model of the steering committee, which we hope will be adopted more broadly, and it is very successful in several countries to really ensure full ownership by government entities involved in GEF, in GEF projects, to really work with agencies in a proactive way. So the steering committee model has been adopted by the Philippines, by Indonesia, by other countries, and it's extremely successful. On equal access to agencies and the GEF 9 periodic process, to, a periodic sort of review of agencies' status on their compliance with accreditation. Thank you, Laura, for mentioning that. I would like Jonathan to tell us where we are on the third-party review, because we do have that process. We have completed the third-party review that was presented, and we are going to embark on a new process for the next cycle, but in the meantime we keep updating that. So why don't we close on this point, and then I'll revert on the other questions.
Sure. Thank you, Paula. Yeah, as mentioned, intersessionally there was a decision by Council to adopt the revised third-party review of the adherence by the 18 agencies to the GEF minimum standards. That included action plans by the agencies that were deemed to be to have gaps in some areas. And so we have provided a short summary of the progress, which is, I mean, admittedly there's been very little time between the adoption of the report and this meeting, but nevertheless there has been progress, and we're encouraged by that. And there is an information document available to Council that that provides an update, and we will be coming back to Council at the December meeting with another update on progress. And given the action plan timetables that have been provided by the agencies, we expect many of the agencies to have completely closed any gaps by that time. Thanks.
Thank you. Now, to continue with the questions, Gabriela, thank you for raising the fact that we would also want to, if there is a request, consider other regional banks. So we have, in addition to DBSA, we have BOAD, FUNBIO, and FECO. Now, depending on the legal status of these entities, whether they are enabled internally to operate at the regional level, we would consider to open the accreditation to regional accreditation if there was a request. So in this case, DBSA presented a request based on specific experience that they had on blended finance. And so based on the experience of implementing an NGI project, they wanted to have access to broader market in the region, to access private sector and leverage through the blended finance instrument. So we were happy to accept that proposal and present it for Council consideration. And we would be happy if there were additional requests to present for Council consideration the possibility of opening for regional accreditation for other agencies. So thank you for raising that. Thank you, Judith, for mentioning the importance of the expanded constituency workshops. And we want to certainly keep updating the focus and the coverage of those workshops. We have enhanced the participation of civil society in those workshops, also to youth groups. We have also opened more strongly to conventions recently, so we want to continue listening to countries and council members to hear how we could better respond to the needs of the partnership and adapt these and other instruments envisaged in the CS. And thank you, Jean, for mentioning the reality on the ground of the turnover of personnel of agencies, which we've also heard from ODA. And we could certainly take this up in the next agency retreat and focus on dedicated workshops with agencies to address these issues. Thank you. I think there are no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paola and Jonathan, and thanks to all council members for the exchange that we just went through. So with this, I will invite council to adopt the draft decision included in document GEF/C64/10, assessing the strength of the GEF partnership coverage by GEF agencies. I see nobody asking for the floor. Decision approved. Thank you. With this, we go to our agenda, next agenda item. Sorry. Yes, Antonella, please.
Paola? Come, please. Bueno, tengo entendido que este en principio sería tu último consejo con nosotros. Me gustaría, en nombre de la circunscripción Cono Sur, pero principalmente en nombre de Argentina, agradecerte todo tu trabajo. Créeme que a veces es muy difícil encontrar en las secretarías gente con tanta empatía como la tuya. Has podido entender muchos de nuestros retos, muchos de nuestros desafíos, así que si bien me imagino que este cambio va a ser para mejor, porque uno siempre piensa que va a ser todo para mejor, te deseamos lo mejor y sin lugar a dudas te vamos a extrañar mucho. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria Antonella, for your very kind words. At the end of this 64 council meeting, I was going to inform all council members and participants that this is the last time that we'll be sharing with Paola Ridolfi. She's She's been invited to be part of the climate team at the World Bank, and from July on, she will join the World Bank climate team. Well, more details will come at the very end, but thank you, Maria Elena, for highlighting the wonderful work that Paola has done. Paola has done a tremendous job as the interim director of PPO since Françoise left the organization. She retired almost a year ago. So thank you, Maria Antonella, for that. Now we go to agenda item number 9, which is the Annual Performance Report 2023, Special Themes, Behavioral Change. I would like to invite Juha and Gita from the IO to present document GEF/E/C64/Information 01 Annual Performance Report 2023, Special Themes, Behavioral Change. Juha, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and bom dia a tudo. It's wonderful to be in Brasilia this week and have the opportunity to practice a little bit of Portuguese. We have 4 items on the IEO agenda today, so we try to be quite quick. I have been accused of many things in my life, but speaking too fast is not one of them. So I try to speed up my delivery occasionally. But before I even start, so I would like to draw your attention to this little additional design element in our PowerPoint, this 20. The 20 signifies the fact that we have had an evaluation office, independent evaluation office for 20 years. Actually, it was started in July, so we are anticipating it a little bit. There was a monitoring and evaluation function before that, but that was part of the GEF Secretariat. And actually, I had the pleasure of being a monitoring and evaluation specialist there from 1999 to 2002, so that's a while ago also. Then I left before I came back. But Council decided in 2003 then, that there would be an independent office that is not part of the Secretariat per se. So we have been working on that since then, and I would like to acknowledge also the first director, Rob Vandenberg, who set up the office and made life easy for us who followed. Okay, that's maybe enough. And so these are the 4 items we are going to talk about. So I'll start with the annual performance report. So the portfolio is constantly increasing, obviously. We now have a cumulative portfolio of 2,134 completed projects, which represent more than $9.3 billion in GEF funding and at least $59 billion in co-financing. The APR 2023 cohort of completed projects represents 328 completed projects and 1.36 billion in GEF funding and at least 10 billion in co-financing. The majority of these projects, 72% of them, in the cohort that we are dealing with now, were approved in GEF 5. So enough of that. I'm not going to read through the figures anymore. but you will see them on the screen. But the APR 2023 cohort is similar to the cumulative portfolio in terms of the share of the full-size projects, so 69% of the projects were full-size projects, a little bit more than the cumulative one. But there are still some differences. The APR 2023 cohort has a relatively higher share of climate change projects and a slightly lower share of biodiversity projects. This is, of course, a temporal picture, and it is, like I said, 72% of those projects that we are now dealing with were approved in GEF 5. We also note a higher share of UNDP and FAO implemented projects and a lower share of the World Bank and UNEP implemented projects in this portfolio. There's also a relatively lower share of projects in Europe and Central Asia compared with Asia. Now coming to outcomes. The projects in the APR 2023 cohort maintain a strong performance record in achieving intended outcomes. This is the GEF standard, basically. 81% of the projects in the cumulative closed portfolio, and now 87% of this APR 2023 cohort were rated as satisfactory or more for their outcomes. An implementation during the COVID-19 pandemic did not have a significant effect on the outcome ratings of completed projects. Although the majority of the GEF projects are likely to sustain their outcomes, more than a third do face considerable risks to sustainability. Close to 60% of the rated projects in the cumulative portfolio and in the APR 2023 cohort were rated as likely to be sustainable. Global and interregional projects show substantial improvement in their sustainability ratings, although the risk to sustainability increased because of the pandemic overall. It did not have a substantial effect on the sustainability ratings. In aggregate, materialized co-financing for the portfolio, both the cumulative one and the current cohort, substantially exceeded the amount promised at project approval and endorsement. Co-financing ratios promised at approval and materialized at completion for the median projects has steadily increased across GEF replenishment periods. Coming to implementation and execution, the majority of GEF projects were well implemented by the GEF agencies and well executed by partner organizations. GEF agency performance was assessed to be in the satisfactory range for 81% of the projects in the cumulative portfolio, and again higher than that 85% in the APR 2023 cohort of projects. The percentage of well-implemented projects has improved from 79% of those approved in GEF 4 to, or earlier, to 88% of those that were approved in GEF 5 or later. The same with the monitoring and evaluation. There's a clear improving trend. So in this current cohort, so 84% of M&E rated in the satisfactory range for design and 74% for M&E implementation. We also conducted a review of project results indicators, and we observed that project monitoring and evaluation plans list indicators for each of the project objectives and outcomes, and in 80% of instances, the listed indicators are adequate for measuring achievement of the corresponding objective or outcome. Agencies report measurements of changes at project completion for 86% of indicators, but only 33% of the projects reported on all of the M&E indicators that were listed. So the remainder had at least one indicator that they didn't report on. Okay, and as has been our want in the past years, so APRs always take one thematic issue, one issue where we try to dig deeper into one particular topic, and this year it was behavior change. And the justification for this is that you look into these international scientific processes, both IPCC and the IPBES, in their latest flagship reports, they recognize that behavior change is one of the keys to achieving environmental targets. At the same time, our STEP has observed that project proposals often do not explicitly identify the mechanisms to achieve behavior outcomes. So we at the IEO, we decided to do a study on how the GEF has approached behavior change through outcomes of completed GEF 6 projects so far, and through the design of GEF 7 projects as we have seen them, the projects that have self-identified as involving behavior change. We noted that approximately half of the projects did not have indicators to track behavior change, actually. Actually, I should say that behavior change is typically a long-term process, and we define it as the adoption of a new tool, technology, practice, approach, or other pro-environment intervention by at least one stakeholder group. But so we looked into the factors here, and behavior change was needed in most GEF projects that explicitly aim to generate environmental benefits. Even in projects such as those that develop digital tools or build capacities for environmental reporting, behavior change was still needed to achieve their capacity development objectives. So providing information through awareness raising and training was actually by far the most common approach to promote behavior change in the projects. 79% of completed projects used this approach. Another common approach to changing behavior was through rules and regulations, which was about half of the projects, which included laws as well as voluntary guidelines and standards for new behaviors. Material incentives, which ranged from cash subsidies and rewards to provision of equipment, were used in at least a third of the projects. Behavior change approaches are most effective when they address the underlying needs, motivations, and barriers of multiple key stakeholder groups across the system. Projects with successful behavior change outcomes used a highly participatory, systems-based approach to stakeholder engagement. For example, just to take some example here, you know what we mean, is the project reducing deforestation for commodity production in Indonesia and Paraguay undertook a needs assessment covering the range of agricultural situations facing producers in each of the production systems it was seeking to change. This resulted in demonstration pilots that were well aligned with meeting the needs that emerged. At project end, it reported an 84% average adoption rate among almost 8,000 beneficiaries in 2 countries, which was well above the original target. Stakeholders were more motivated to change their behavior when they saw the benefits of adopting interventions and or if they felt the cost of not doing so. For example, a sustainable land and water management project in Ghana exceeded its target of bringing 15,000 hectares of land under sustainable land and water management technologies after demonstrating an increase in crop yields and income, implemented in 3 tranches over the 10-year period. The demonstrations had ample time to show evidence of benefits. At the national level, the government of Ghana was highly motivated to prioritize these sustainable land and water management initiatives to avoid the high economic losses that it had already suffered from soil erosion and forest degradation. And then finally, the behavior change was sustained only when projects addressed financial, logistical, and other barriers to adoption through assessing stakeholder needs. For example, the Southeast Europe and Central Asia Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility in Kazakhstan aimed to develop an online platform for the public to purchase catastrophic insurance. It made sure that the insurance product was both affordable to the public and financially viable for local insurers, since price and high financial risk were key barriers that had led previous insurance initiatives in the country to fail. This is all about our APR and this new study on behavior change, and so I would like to acknowledge my colleagues Niraj Negi and I think Janine Garcia is somewhere here also, who were responsible for this study and did some actually quite cool work, I think. And then getting to the management action record, this year's management action record is the first one to be prepared after incorporating the changes that resulted from the decisions taken in June 21 and November 22 to revise the approach. The MAR of 2023 covers 41 recommendations for 14 IEO evaluations. Progress in implementation of management's action plans is rated high or substantial for 55% of the rated recommendations. Examples here include the recommendations related to the country support program and strengthening the use of midterm reviews. Conversely, there's a converse to 55%, so you have 45% of the recommendations. Progress was rated as medium or negligible. And examples here include development of guidance for conflict-sensitive programming and on recommendations related to the SGP, Small Grants Program. Management and IEO agreed on implementation ratings in most cases. So we had about 2/3, 67% agreement on these recommendations. And examples of areas where we had some differences include the actions to support inclusion and actions to include the measurement of sustainability in SGP. This is the overall picture, and we have 10 recommendations that will graduate now from the MAR because of high progress in the implementation of management's action plans. 28 of the recommendations of the will be retained in the MAR for next year. And I will stop here on, this is the first item here, and I don't know, with the chair's permission, I don't know, do we need a discussion on this, or we move to the next one?
Yes, you have. I would like to open the floor to the council members to see if they have any comment or questions associated to what you just presented.
Thank you very much. René, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Thanks a lot for a very interesting and insightful presentation. I had only one question or a remark for clarification. It's you presented a sheet saying factors influencing behavior change, and then information is 79%, and the things that we're doing here, sustainable financing, is 14%. Well, it definitely calls for a cool communication strategy of GEF. But could you also elaborate a little bit on that, how that difference is so pronounced?
Thank you very much. Karin?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the interesting presentation. I think your speed of speaking is very nice, Johan, so don't worry about that. Yes. Very Finnish. It's very positive to see that the performance of the projects overall or at least match the performance of the preceding periods. Also encouraging to read that the report confirms earlier findings that during COVID, in most instances, projects were able to mitigate the effects through adaptive management and strong collaboration among partners, so it didn't affect the outcome in the end. However, we are concerned that about a third of GEF projects face considerable risks to sustainability. We find this to be worrying, and we would welcome the Secretariat's elaboration on what concrete measures can be done going forward to address the issue of sustainability within the wider partnership. I find the findings of the report regarding the behavior change was really interesting. And also what you said there about the involvement of local communities in this to get good results in behavior change. And I think this kind of report it's very useful for the GEF going forward working on these issues. We also note the dip in co-financing commitments that were only fully met or exceeded in 48% of the APR 2023 cohort projects, which represent a drop of 40%. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rajendra, you have the floor.
Thank you, Williams, and thanks for the IEO and your team for the presentation and the report. As has been said by my previous speaker, I would also like to draw your attention to para 20 and bullet 2 of the report, that over a third of the projects face substantial risk of sustainability. I think that's a large number, and entire emphasis of GEF, and probably the motive is to create a sustainable environmental interventions. So if 1/3 of our intervention slips into unsustainability, that's a serious concern, and which might need a kind of rethink in our strategy, maybe some kind of hand-holding of those projects, those people and those communities as a follow-up. We would like to hear a response from the GEF management and secretariat on this issue, whether we plan something to assess this situation de novo, and whether we have some kind of intervention mechanism subsequent to IEO report on these issues. That is my one. My second observation is with respect to bullet F of this, that behavior change is crucial in generating environmental benefits, and we all agree with that it's all about behavior change. We acknowledge that this report is primarily focused on, GEF projects and GEF funded projects and behavioral change emanating from that. But we would be happy to notice if IEO can also tabulate global best practices and how we can learn best from those global best practices happening around the globe, and whether there is some kind of mutual learning opportunities for GEF agencies from other global best practices wherever they are happening outside this mandate. I don't know whether that's the mandate or not, possibility or not, but I'll be having a wishful thinking to also list out and tabulate global best practices, and wherever we can learn from that. If that's a possibility, would like to have your views on that. With this, thank you, and back to you, William.
Thank you very much. Laura Bermúdez, you have the floor.
Gracias, William. Gracias a la Oficina de Evaluación Independiente por esta presentación. Solamente quiero referirme brevemente sobre el estudio de Behavioral Change. Vemos con muy buen agrado que este tipo de análisis se hagan. Y solamente un breve comentario. En el párrafo 53, las intervenciones que se definen allí podrían complementarse, dado que no involucran cambiar las decisiones de consumo de las personas, que son en su mayoría las que tienen un efecto directo en la naturaleza. Y esto está, ¿no? No. Can you hear me? ¿Sí? Él no está oyendo. He's not here. ¿Ya? Gracias. Entonces, gracias por el documento de Behavioral Change. Y solo un breve comentario sobre el párrafo 53, donde se definen unas intervenciones. Estas podrían complementarse, dado que no involucran cambiar las decisiones de consumo de las personas, que son en su mayoría las que tienen un efecto directo sobre la naturaleza. Esto relacionado con la meta 16 del Marco Global de Biodiversidad, que nos va a permitir generar esos cambios masivos y por lo tanto es necesario abordar los valores y percepciones que tienen las personas sobre el bien común que se busca proteger o la conducta que se busca reforzar, en este caso los beneficios ambientales globales. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Laura. Would you like to take these? You have?
Okay, thanks very much for these supportive and important comments and questions. So in the behavior change study, we were really looking at the projects, how the GEF projects how they were delivering in this area, and whether they were actually measuring partially the behavior change elements. So we did find, when we look at it, and this is I guess to Renee really, that the projects were when they were sharing information and when they were focusing on knowledge issues, that seemed to be the most important factor really in generating behavior change or in inducing behavior change. The other aspects, as has been mentioned by many of you, actually, Karen talked about the local communities and so on, people's consumption decisions and so on. So they are obviously very important. I'd like to also reflect a little bit on the fact. So I think we can. It is in our mandate to actually to look at what happens outside of the GEF, and that could be an area where we can develop some further work on looking at what other organizations or other agencies, other situations have been able to learn about behavior change, because it's a very important aspect. I don't know, Geeta, do you want to comment further on this maybe?
Okay, thank you, Juha. So one of the points to note is that a lot of the factors affecting behavioral change, because it's a long-term phenomena, are also common to the factors that affect sustainability, which we've observed in many of our evaluations. So these factors are pretty similar to those that affect long-term sustainability of outcomes. Another point I'd like to highlight is that the rating of a third of projects not being sustainable is the rating that is assigned at closure. So this is a rating that appears in the terminal evaluation of projects, is in what is the risk to future sustainability of these projects going forward. However, we have noted when we go back to the field, and I'll be elucidating some of those examples in the context of the next evaluation, is that sometimes we do see a reversal, and sometimes not all the factors have been considered at closure. So there is sometimes a switch, and you do find sustainability 8 to 10 years down the road. And this especially applies in the case of projects that are focused on changing policy reforms, regulations, et cetera, where it just takes a long time, and the period of a GEF project is not sufficient to generate that change. On the question as just supporting what you have said about doing more research, behavioral change is a growing science. And it's a growing science in economics, in the environmental sciences, et cetera. So we were just testing the waters by bringing it in a small theme in the APR. But I think going forward, we're going to be encompassing this behavior change in the aspect of most of our evaluations, given its influence on longer-term sustainability of outcomes. Thanks.
Yeah, and I also wanted to comment a little bit on the sustainability issue, because it has been a perennial issue, obviously, and there hasn't been much of a change. But like Geeta said, this is based on the analysis of terminal evaluations of completed projects, basically. And when we have so they highlight risks to sustainability. So there may be significant risks which may or may not materialize, and our post-completion evaluations, visits to post-completion to projects post-completion have noticed that that situation may not be that dire actually. And then of course there is the issue that the GEF is by no means deviant when it comes to organizations, because these figures are pretty standard for most of the agencies, I'd say. But I think they wanted the GEF Secretariat to comment on the matter.
Yeah, this is precisely what we are going to do, Juha. Let me pass it over to Claude.
Thank you, and thanks to the Council for those questions, and also thanks to Juha and Geeta for some additional context to these numbers. For my part, I think we also have to look at the full picture in the context of 3 years of a pandemic, that shook the world in ways that no one can anticipate. And in fact, not only are many of these report indicators improving, just to name one, the overall rating of projects went from 81 to 87%. The fact that sustainability did not collapse, in my mind, is already, I think, something that should indicate that we do have resilience in the GEF system, and hopefully we've demonstrated that over the last several council meetings with work programs that have managed to continue the hard work. This is also something that I think will be clearly included in the risk appetite study or paper that we will develop with STAP. It's one part of the appetite of risk. If you want zero risk, it demands a very different approach to GEF investments, but you probably won't get the same impact overall. If you accept some risk, where is that risk established in terms of the longevity of projects, in terms of impact, in terms of sustainability, and so forth. So I think once we do this risk appetite study, we will be able to contextualize these different numbers and hopefully have council land on a place which it feels comfortable with the use of the resources, which are public resources, and of course have to have some management of that risk. When the first number came out, I can't remember if it was 3 years ago, the first time IEO presented this sustainability rating, we obviously at the Secretariat put in place a lot of measures that continue today that hopefully will lead to improvements in this over time. As Juha mentioned, this is a long-term process. You cannot change outcomes of the GEF investments over a 1 or 2 year period. These are 4, 5, 6, 7 years from project design to project completion and the terminal evaluations. But what we have done has been to incorporate a lot of measures of sustainability into project design so that we are strengthening the understanding of how to design a project, not just with the outcomes in mind, but with a lot of sustainability issues in mind. And I think, and I'd like to thank STAP for the effort that they have provided to the Secretariat and to the partnership over the past couple of years to really revamp and help us rethink the way to design good projects in the GEF. And this is a work in progress, and I'm going to be very anxious to hear what Rosina has to say about this. Maybe she won't touch on this, but we've had now one year of testing a new design, a new logic, and a new narrative to the way that we design projects and the way that we present these for assessment, for technical merit, and eventually to council. And although it's just one facet of the project cycle, I think it is a very important one because obviously starting off with a strong narrative, a strong understanding of how the enabling conditions of projects need to be in place, what are the risks of achieving these outcomes in a changing world, and other factors, including stronger theories of change at the start, can hopefully lead to moving the sustainability indice much towards something that's much more satisfactory. I don't think it's the kind of thing that we can have 100% because again, you do not. If you want to minimize risk to zero, I think we become a very non-effective organization. But these are things that are in progress, and I know that from our perspective, our staff, including the PPO results team and portfolio management team and the technical staff, have paid a lot of attention, and I'm confident that we will be able to continue and improve these statistics. Thank you.
Thanks, Claude. Over to you, William.
Thank you very much. Let me give the floor to Juliette, followed by Rob.
Thank you, Juha, for the well-delivered presentation. I also want to echo the concerns that have been raised both in the presentation and previous speakers around sustainability of projects. This is a real one, and from the OFP perspective, we have seen this evolve actually from even the earlier projects that we implemented that were funded by the GEF. And I want to believe that best practices are really going to be generated from a country by country perspective, looking at the peculiar needs in that community. In the beginning, we were looking at, for example, we were supporting the very vulnerable communities who are, for instance, growing crops next to rivers, next to lakes, and then you have to move them, give them a different livelihood away from what they have been used to, but obviously improving the livelihood. And this is all beautiful, this is all appreciated during the project cycle. So when the project is done, the practices, you hand over all the facilities, all the achievements of the project to the subnational community leaders, maybe district leaders, something like that. And theoretically, that is what it's supposed to be, or ideally, that's what it's supposed to be. They are in charge of these communities. But the gap between handing over and assuming the real responsibility is where we get these achievements shaken. So we have two approaches right now that we are trying to employ, save a budget for this transition. That time you're handing over the achievements of the project, and the next fiscal year when the subnational entity is going to get a budget to continue, looking at everything that is done actually needs maintenance or continued monitoring. It could be very little budget, but it's needed and it has to be available for anyone to do this job. So that budget for the transition we are making that key in the new projects that we are developing. But we are also not focusing on the very vulnerable communities, because some of these communities are too vulnerable to actually do anything. And so we are moving to an approach of looking at opinion leaders, that's what we call them at home, opinion leaders in that community. If, for instance, I'm going to promote poultry rearing, that's just an example, and I want to bring in a farm or a poultry rearing project of 2,000 chicken, for instance, and someone has never held even 5 chicken, that's overwhelming already. If I have someone in the community who has maybe 100 and understands the business of poultry rearing, this is the person to work with, boost their capacity, and then encourage the people around him or her who are interested in this project to come join. So with this shift, we've seen more sustainability of what we are doing. This person is with the community, is a leader, the community understands, believes in them. They already have the knowledge of how to do business there. And so we come in to actually boost what is happening, and then the neighboring community benefits from the skills that are already embedded in that community, and then what we are doing is actually upscaling. So when we are out of the project, you've just upgraded or graduated this person to yet another level of management and having sustainable projects on the ground. So sustainability is a real issue, but I think we are going to have really homegrown solutions to this problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rob, followed by Andrea Stewart.
Thank you, William, and thank you, Juha, Gita, and the IEO team for this report, especially the study on the use of behavior change approaches, which is critical to achieving environmental benefits of GEF projects. We totally agree with you, Juha, that this is quite cool work. We are pleased to see that GEF projects typically support multiple approaches to promote behavior change in different stakeholder groups. Like Karen, we also think it is great that individual community members and households were a frequent targeted stakeholder group for GEF 7 projects. For GEF performance activities unrelated to behavior change, we were pleased to see that projects have a strong performance record in achieving intended outcomes. But like India, we acknowledge that more than a third of the projects lacked in their sustainability rating, and we need to learn from the outcomes of this report and improve that sustainability rating. We also are, however, are also encouraged by Geeta and Juha's explanation about sustainability down the road, and are really happy that you all continue to monitor these projects post-completion. And just really appreciate Juliet's example just now of sort of homegrown lessons learned on sustainability. I think we need to listen and take those kinds of lessons into account. We were pleased to see an improvement in project monitoring and evaluation, and that progress in implementation of management's action plan is rated high or substantial for most recommendations. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. Andrea, followed by Sylvia.
Thank you, William. First of all, congratulations on 20 years of wonderful work to IEO. And thank you very much for the work on the latest report, especially the study on behavioural change. We're really pleased to see the vast majority of projects show a strong performance. We would also like to acknowledge the adaptability of the GEF agencies throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. We would like to recommend the connection of biodiversity loss with behavioural change as a broader presentation of the GEF and the value of the work of the GEF. And this is especially important in relation to the lack of public recognition of biodiversity loss and its consequences. We are concerned about the lack of behavioural change indicators in 45% of the projects that aim to promote this. We would like to see further work done to leverage multi-stakeholder interactions and partnerships to promote behaviour change, and we would like to see adequate support provided to developing countries to ensure this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sylvia, you have the floor, followed by CSO Network.
Thank you, William, and also thank you to Juha. Germany welcomes the efforts of the IEO undertook and appreciates the findings and drawn conclusions. The overall strong performance of the sample projects reconfirms the GEF approach and that global environmental benefits can be achieved with the provided funding. Yet, as others, we find it concerning that 1/3 of the sample projects face substantial risk to the sustainability of its outcomes. This needs to be addressed through better project design and that factors in exit strategies and potential changes in the project's environment during implementation, for example, by using the STEP's Simple Future Narratives Primer as proposed in the STEP information document. On a more positive note, we would like to applaud the GEF on the mobilized co-financing in the projects. It is important to stress, though, that we would encourage the GEF to engage the private sector more strongly and aim to leverage private capital in addition to public resources and in-kind. The MDBs can play a key role in this regard, and their competitive advantage should be communicated to partner countries. Moreover, the report states that in the APR 2023 cohort, co-financing commitments were fully met or exceeded in 48% of the APR 2023 cohort projects, representing a drop of 14 percentage points. In other words, that figure dropped by almost 30%, and now less than half projects meet their co-financing commitments. We would like to request the GEF-SAC and/or the IEO that you could elaborate further on the reasons behind this. Behavioral change, similar to policy coherence, is key for a sustained impact of projects in the partner countries, and yes, quite cool work. The analysis has shown that successful projects comprehensively engage stakeholders during its design and implementation. To encourage GEF agencies to strengthen the focus on behavioral change, associated indicators should be demanded during the review process of project and program ideas. Finally, Germany welcomes the efforts the IEO undertook regarding the management action record. In this regard, we encourage the GEFSEC to further explore ways to strengthen the IEO, and we would like to know how you plan to apply best practices of IEO recommendations across the entire GEF portfolio. Germany therefore recommends for future evaluations to provide a more detailed examination on successful approaches to measure intervention success and encourage all GEF agencies to be engaged in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sylvia, CSO Network, followed by IPAC.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Madin Tlakhaledi from the Regional Focal Point of Southern Africa. The CSO Network has found this Agenda A9 on annual performance report very well articulated in behavioral change. And in reference to paragraph 36, the CSO Network recommend inclusion of indigenous science or indigenous knowledge, a science that resonates well with cultural background. We all bear witness that native study of the natural world is very old. And we see these days, we see speedy reverse of people depending on nature heavily. I don't know if it's only happening in my region, but we know everything these days is termed green for various purposes, of course. Secondly, in reference to paragraph 39, where it talks about research. The recommendation from the CSO network is the recognition and inclusion of citizen science, especially on civil society groups, inclusive of youth, women, healers, farmers, you name them all, indigenous people, as one of the key instruments on behavioral change. Citizen science helps in the development and selection of good practices, like the previous speakers have articulated on that, and knowledge to promote sustenance across all environmental disciplines. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me give the floor to IPAC.
Thank you, William, and congratulations for the report on behavioral change. We'd like to share that indigenous people's views of behavioral change is grounded on systems of indigenous knowledge and wisdom as a unifying foundation for many desirable outcomes associated with sustaining biological and cultural diversity. Therefore, one of the most impactful and long-term ways to strengthen and support biodiversity is through direct support for indigenous knowledge systems efforts. But support must first address priorities identified by indigenous peoples themselves towards best practices to thrive, such as, for example, a GEF funded project in the Philippines, which reflected highly participatory and a rights-based approach to stakeholders. The Indigenous Peoples Community Conserved Territories and Areas project, for example, was a full-scale project, but with a minimum project budget, but it exceeded its targets because of the participation of indigenous peoples and because of the trust built between science groups, government agencies, and the indigenous communities themselves. The project, in fact, as a best practice, pushed the Philippines at the forefront of inclusive conservation, at least for the Asia region. And that was found by the UNDP hired independent evaluation team. We emphasize here that rights-based approach, government and participatory groups learned about indigenous knowledge, while indigenous communities acquired knowledge from science groups, including merging indigenous knowledge with scientific methods of geographic positioning systems, for example, and mapping and resource inventory. And finally, we fully agree to the statement made a while ago that the staff and personnel of agencies should undergo capacity building, particularly with respect to indigenous peoples' rights, recognized under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, knowing the priority needs of indigenous peoples, cultural sensitivity, and a rights-based approach as applied in the projects we just described. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rajendra, you want the floor again?
Thanks, Bill, and my apologies for taking the floor second time on a subject which may not be very important for many, but it's very dear to me, sustainability. And my question now emanates, from the response of Geetaji's on sustainability of, we understand that, GEF projects and their sustainability is contingent upon, many factors and context and the local community participation. I just wanted to know that whether we have done any evaluation of projects which have completed, closed, and substantial time has lapsed, maybe, for example, from GEF 1, 2, 3 cycles, and wherein we could find whether how sustainable they were and how important those interventions were, which we did long time ago. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the list of speakers, I believe. So back to you.
Thank you again for very useful comments, and I take very much note of the issue of sustainability that has been raised by at least Juliet, Rob, Sylvia, and now Rajendra here. And maybe we certainly do have some examples of those kind of projects which we have explored and evaluated after considerable time after their completion, and perhaps we can mention some of those. I also very much appreciated Juliet's example about of this sustainability and how she reflected on several issues that I think that are very essential. Is this community involvement, including the most vulnerable communities, and then handing over projects and providing the necessary financial resources to bridge that. That is very important. And the same, of course, CSOs and IPAG were raising the very similar issues about the importance of involvement of local communities and CSOs and indigenous peoples. The behavioral change thing is like we said, and like Geeta was mentioning, it's an emerging science. It's something that is still very much coming up, and its importance is recognized increasingly in many areas, and that probably also explains the fact that many of the projects that we have analyzed don't have the indicators yet, but they will. They will. I mean, this is something that is coming up much more. So it's something that we are learning about more right now. Then there was a question about the co-financing and why has the co-financing dropped. We were not actually able to statistically verify why this was, but we believe that the pandemic played a role in this also, and maybe GEF Secretariat has better information on that. Do you want to add anything at this stage?
Except that we have done and presented a study on sustainability per se 2 years ago. It will be coming again in the next OPS 8. So we continue to do that, and we continue to do post-completion verifications on select projects 7 to 9 years post-completion.
Yeah, just two quick points. I agree with Juha that the pandemic has affected the realized co-financing, and I would like to inform council that we probably should expect this trend to continue for several years, unfortunately. The effects are such that right now, although these studies, these projects are still not endorsed, we have an increasing number of requests for extensions of submission of project documents for endorsement, and many of those are based on the fact that a lot of co-financing cannot be procured mainly from government agencies. As you probably know, developing country budgets right now are absolutely stressed because of the pandemic. Therefore, a lot of the planned co-financing is not materializing. But hopefully that will be bottoming out soon, and then we can resume. Coming back to the sustainability issue, I'd like to urge council, if you haven't picked up the publication that we put out with the Brazilian government, to read it. This publication is basically perhaps the best example of the sustainability, not of a project investment, but of a 30-year relationship between the GEF and this country here, the host country, in how not only have project outcomes been sustainable, but they have led to transformation of the legal and policy conditions of this country. They have led to the transformation of institutions. In fact, the creation of Fumbio was directly linked to GEF investments, and they have led to the transformation of how conservation is done at a scale that is beyond what any other region can. And many of you who were able to see this in reality in the Amazon can vouch for that. So these are kind of, I would say, almost intangibles, because it took us several months to put together this publication, but it does show how over time, how over a 30-year period, with good investments and good governance, we can actually lead to much more than just sustainability of outcomes, but rather the transformation of behaviors in those three respects. So I urge you to look at that. Thank you.
Thanks so much to Juha, Gita, and Claude. And we have exhausted the list of speakers, and there is no decision proposed to council. So we will go to our next agenda item, which is agenda item number 10. I'll pass it over to my co-chair, which will be chairing that section. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. For this particular item, we will consider agenda item 10 and 11 together. So that is the evaluation for the GEF's approach and interventions in water security and management response, as well as the strategic country cluster evaluation of the lower Mekong River basin ecosystem and management response. We will turn over to Gita to present both, and then after that, the management response.
Since I'm taking the floor formally now, good morning to all. Thank you, co-chair. Thank you, Juha. Thank you to the government of Brazil for not only hosting us, but also having engagement with us on several evaluations while we are in town. So thank you very much for that. I'm now going to present the highlights of the evaluation of the GEF's approach and interventions in water security. As water security intersects with much of the work of the GEF, this evaluation is the first comprehensive evaluation that we have done on water security. I'm going to thank our colleague, Gabriel Sidman, who task managed this evaluation, the agencies, and the GEF Secretariat, who were part of the reference group and provided very useful insights throughout the evaluation. So how we defined water security, because it's interpreted in a variety of ways. we adopted the broad UNEP definition, which includes 4 major dimensions: ensuring adequate supply, for clean water to meet basic human needs for drinking and well-being, for human livelihood activities, for ecosystems, and protecting society and ecosystems from water-related disasters. These dimensions are woven across GEF's work in all focal areas. For example, biodiverse ecosystems depend on fresh water. Water resources are needed for farmers to help prevent land degradation. Dangerous chemicals often reach populations through contaminated water supplies. Many climate change mitigation actions are water intensive. Most climate change adaptation efforts involve water and mitigating water-based hazards. And many transboundary freshwater resources are sometimes the cause of disagreement among neighboring countries. In the absence of a specific GEF strategy on water security, the evaluation developed a theory of change linking GEF activities with important outcomes. GEF activities and outcomes covered both direct physical capacity improvements of water systems and supporting the enabling environment through knowledge and communication, greater stakeholder involvement, and awareness building. However, consistent and sufficient access to finance for water security was often less considered. Multifocal area projects had the highest share in our portfolio, followed closely by international waters and climate change adaptation projects funded through the LDCF and SECF. Geographically, Africa was the most represented region in the portfolio, and projects were appropriately found in regions with the least water security, especially the Sahel region, with less coverage in highly water-secure countries in South Asia. Relatively more water-secure areas, such as the Balkans and South America, had several projects. The scientific literature points to the need for an integrated approach that addresses the multiple uses of water and that brings together several stakeholders. However, we observe that specific aspects of water security are being addressed by different parts of the GEF in a separate manner. Take, for example, the GEF 8 results measurement framework, which reflects how water security is approached by the different focal areas. The International Waters Indicator addresses water governance in transboundary situations. The land degradation indicators include water resources as they relate to land management and restoration. The biodiversity, climate change, and chemicals and waste indicators at this stage do not explicitly address freshwater, which kind of makes it a challenge to track the GEF's performance, for example, on protecting inland water ecosystems specifically. More recently, we observe that food security and the city's integrated programs have addressed various dimensions of water security. Next, to go on to the findings on relevance. Water security was a key development priority in countries we visited as part of this evaluation. Stakeholders were generally pleased with GEF's projects' relevance to their priorities, particularly with projects that increased water access and storage, improved water resource monitoring, and improved coordination between neighboring countries. We noted an improvement in ongoing projects that planned to integrate gender more thoroughly into project activities. This builds on our commitment at the IEO to do more work into looking at gender, inclusion, and indigenous people, so we've mainstreamed this throughout our evaluation work. So we noted an improvement in ongoing projects that planned to integrate gender more thoroughly into project activities through inclusion of women in water decision-making groups, targeting them for microloan programs, and reflecting gender within water policy and governance. 6 to 20% of projects in the evaluation portfolio included partnerships with the private sector, and this is actually very important in water security going forward. In terms of coordination with ongoing initiatives, we noticed that projects often built on or had other donor initiatives later build on GEF projects. However, close coordination with other ongoing initiatives during project implementation was found to be difficult due to timing and a variety of other issues. Coming on to results, improving water security at the local level. Land degradation and climate change adaptation projects focused on local interventions that improved access through enhancing the physical capacity of water systems through solar water pumps and small-scale irrigation systems, including through nature-based solutions. This also increased socioeconomic co-benefits in terms of increased income through increased agricultural production, improved nutrition, and resilience to climate change. So this is again part of our initiative to keep looking at the socioeconomic co-benefits that are associated with environmental interventions by the GEF. Though replication was observed in some cases, scaling up and broader adoption on the watershed or the country scale was not very common. Results in terms of improving the enabling environment. Freshwater projects in international waters focused heavily on strengthening trans-boundary governance mechanisms and knowledge of water resources through the trans-boundary diagnostic assessment and the strategic action program process. Some of these activities led to policy reform, such as laws to improve environmental impact assessments. But sometimes these political processes were often too long to be completed during project implementation. And this is something we've noticed in most of our evaluations, that it takes longer than a typical GEF project cycle to achieve particularly changes in policy and regulatory reform. A few projects also tried to improve the coherence of water policy across ministries through the creation of interministerial committees. Knowledge products such as technical reports, governance reforms, and capacity building initiatives had mixed sustainability and depended more on follow-up projects. Projects with a focus on water security were not found to have many activities that focused on creating financial mechanisms to carry out the SAP activities or sustain local water security improvements. This may be perhaps one reason why scaling up of improvements was not commonly observed. And now we want to, going forward, give you more flavor of some of the examples and the case studies that we've actually used in our evaluations. So very quickly, I'll give you a flavor for 3 to demonstrate the impacts that we've seen. The conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity and land in the Andean Vertical Ecosystems Project in the Andean highlands of Bolivia installed gravity-powered small-scale irrigation and water harvesting activities, leading to increased agricultural yield during periods of drought, resulting in higher incomes and increased resilience to climate change. 7 years after closure, and this is an example of our post-completion verification work that we are doing. 7 years after closure, the water infrastructure is actually in still very good condition. It's maintained at a low cost by the community members. Replication of tree planting and water storage infrastructure was seen, but community members did acknowledge and recognize and reported a continued need for more improved access to water. Another example of impact, the implementing NAPA priority interventions to build resilience in the agriculture and water sectors to the adverse impacts of climate change project in Sudan installed both diesel and solar-powered pumps in different rural communities to allow farmers better access to water during a longer period of the year. The project also set up microfinance schemes for women's groups, allowing them to continue purchasing pumps after project completion. 5 years after project completion, community members noticed that the solar water pumps were still in use and highly appreciated, increasing their access to water, especially during dry months. This led to higher agricultural production and improved their food security as well. However, because diesel prices increased, The diesel-powered pumps were almost not used any longer. There's a continued demand for solar pumps now. And a last example of impact, the first phase of the Dinarij Karst Aquifer System, or DICTAS in short, project in the Western Balkans, which ended in 2015, made significant strides in improving trans-boundary and collaboration on groundwater data sharing and technical communication. A TDA, a Trans-Boundary Diagnostic Analysis and Strategic Action Program, SAP, was developed. However, this was not approved by national governments by project end, but the executing agency hung on. UNESCO International Hydrological Program achieved approval actually after project completion. The project worked entirely at the national level, but there was very little local stakeholder engagement, which is important. 8 years later, momentum for transboundary management of the DICTAS is slightly muted now because they're still waiting on a next tranche of a continuing project. So that should give you a flavor of some of the impacts that we've done as part of our case studies many years after project closure. So in summary, based on the evidence, based on our findings, and based on our conclusions, we came up with 2 recommendations on behalf of the IEO. We would like the GEF to consider and ensure aspects of water security that are key to each GEF focal area are represented in the results measurement framework and in project and program design. And secondly, to prioritize the creation of sustainable financing mechanisms and other activities for scaling up interventions that improve water security. Thank you. Go ahead. Why doesn't
Claude?
Thank you. So I'll present the management response on this study, and then we can continue. The GEF Secretariat welcomes the IEO's evaluation on GEF's approach and interventions in water security. The Secretariat highly values the positive dialogue with the IEO throughout this evaluation, including through our participation in the reference group of this evaluation. Taking note of the evaluation's conclusion of the need for cross-sectoral and systems approach to water security, the Secretariat would like to point to the considerable changes that have already been initiated, starting in GEF 6, to move towards systems approach in GEF programming, not only to address water security, but to systematically address the interlinkages of the triple crisis of climate change, nature, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Now on to the 2 recommendations of this report. On recommendation 1, that the GEF Secretariat should ensure that aspects of water security that are key to each GEF focal area are represented in the results measurement framework and project and program design. The GEF Secretariat partially agrees with this recommendation. The GEF 8 results measurement framework was agreed upon by the replenishment participants for a period of 4 years starting in July of 2022. And while it does contain an indicator for freshwater management, it is not specifically aimed at water security. The results framework can only be changed during the next GEF cycle, and we will be sure to consider this additional need for this type of result. Looking ahead, water security aspects will be considered in the next iteration of the GEF results measurement framework for GEF 9. Having said that, in GEF 8, regular project reviews of those projects and programs with strong links and with freshwater resources will place an emphasis on ensuring the elements of water security are featured adequately in their theory of change and monitoring and evaluation frameworks. On recommendation 2, the GEF Secretariat and agencies should prioritize creation of sustainable financing mechanism and other activities aiming to scale up interventions that successfully improve water security. The GEF Secretariat agrees with this recommendation. The GEF agrees that GEF projects should include mechanisms that include the likelihood of sustainable and scaling up water security benefits beyond the project's duration, including the creation or strengthening of innovative and sustainable financing mechanisms. This is considered in the GEF 8 programming directions and identified as a lever of change for integrated programs, therefore applying to the relevant projects that are addressing water security. The Secretariat would further like to highlight the already significant track record of the LDCF and SCCF funds, which consistently have been a highly reliable financing mechanism for vulnerable countries to address water-related adaptation priorities, as you've seen in some of these examples. Going forward, the GEF International Waters Focal Area will strengthen the TDSAP guidance towards ensuring sustainable financing is incorporated more consistently within project and program design related to water security. Progress on both recommendations will be tracked through the IEO Standard Management Action Record, and the GEF Secretariat will also mainstream the findings and recommendations of this evaluation into the preparation of the GEF 9 International Waters Strategy for the GEF. Thank you.
Thanks, Claude. Second one.
Thank you, Co-Chair again. As part of our series of strategic country cluster evaluations, so as you has now made evaluation cool, this is another cool one, we recently conducted a study of the Lower Mekong River Basin ecosystem, given GEF's long-term engagement in the region and the region's strategic importance. I'd like to acknowledge a team of people at the IEO, led by Anupam Anand and a host of other people who made this evaluation possible. The Lower Mekong River Basin fosters a strong interrelationship between people and environment, which is fundamental for ensuring food security and supporting local livelihoods. Its rich mosaic of hydrological networks has connected people, economies, and biodiversity, providing a wide range of invaluable ecosystem functions and services that reach over 300 million people in the region. However, the region today faces some key challenges in terms of loss of hydrological connectivity, biodiversity loss, land degradation, pollution and waste, and climate impacts. Since its early days, the GEF has provided financial and technical support to the region for environmental protection and conservation. GEF has also been a very important and early contributor to several regional initiatives with ASEAN and the Mekong River Commission. This evaluation assessed GEF's support within the diverse hydrological networks connecting Cambodia, Lao People's Democratic Republic, and Vietnam. The evaluation is based on an analysis of a deep dive of 28 GEF projects from GEF phases 4 through 7, which also included global and regional projects. That covered a financing of 110 million with a co-financing ratio of 1:9. Multifocal projects accounted for the largest share, 40%, followed by climate change, international waters, biodiversity, and land degradation. UNDP and FAO were the main implementing agencies. Main findings: project objectives are closely aligned with national and regional priorities, and the GEF provided support to partner countries' plans, strategies, and policies, as well as to regional bodies. The projects were appropriately designed to reduce the vulnerability of rural communities, including indigenous peoples, women, and other marginalized groups. The GEF is well positioned, we feel, to continue contributing to transformative change in the region in collaboration with partner countries and regional organizations, and to scale up solutions. When we look and assess transformative change, we are using the IEO-developed framework for transformational change. However, more work needs to be done to achieve triple bottom line impacts, that's social, economic, and environmental, and link them to improve policy coherence to achieve results at scale. On monitoring and evaluation, there's definitely scope for some improvement, as everywhere. We noticed a few inadequacies in design in terms of attention to coherent theories of change, results framework, smart indicators, monitoring and evaluation systems, in terms of their ability to drive adaptive learning to allow for corrective action. We noticed there were some missing definitions and guidelines on the implementation of conceptual approaches that aim to promote ecosystem-based management. And finally, a little more attention needs to be given to collecting information on the necessary indicators, and particularly time series information that makes evaluation of long-term effectiveness actually possible. So moving on to effectiveness of GEF's interventions, the most effective interventions were those that combined short-term economic incentives for communities with long-term environmental benefits and provided technical and advisory guidance as well. There were several local transformative outcomes, but these were often not scaled up or replicated beyond target areas. While local ownership of GEF projects was usually very strong, there are fewer instances of strong central government ownership, and often the Mekong River Commission was unaware of local successes that could have been scaled up. So thus, we feel that many of the good outcomes and lessons produced by GEF, the multilateral, bilateral, and regional entities from almost 3 decades of GEF support, unfortunately remain slightly compartmentalized, impeding replication. So to go on to stories of impact in the 3 countries, an example of impacts in Vietnam. And no IEO presentation is complete without us showcasing our geospatial work, you will see. So the first peatlands project in Vietnam, located in the U Minh Thong National Park, and protects one of the most biodiverse and carbon sequestering peat wetland areas in the Mekong Delta. The project provided effective models for protecting water-producing and carbon-sequestering ecosystems and offers an effective and replicable pilot demonstration to help protect these critical ecosystems. 72 rare animal and plant species were listed in Vietnam's Red Data Book 2007 and the IUCN Red List of 2012. This is very commendable. Results from geospatial analysis showed that there was significant decrease in fire incidents. In fact, there was only 1 fire incident and minimal land cover changes since 2001. The positive results are linked with improved management practices implemented through GEF funding. In comparison, fire frequency was high in community lands that were adjacent to the national park. Community engagement, awareness, enforcement, and alternative livelihood practices contributed to the reduction in fire frequency of the highly flammable peatlands. An example of impact in Cambodia, the Prek Not River, identified as one of the top 10 watersheds by the Mekong River Commission. There has been intense deforestation across both the upper and the lower basins through time, and therefore GEF intervention in this area was very relevant. GEF activities focused on restoring and maintaining forest cover and watershed stability functions, providing for sustainable livelihoods and ecosystem services in the upper Prek Not watershed. Remote sensing analysis shows that in areas where communities were managing these forests, deforestation rates are quite low relative to the rest of the basin. And the final example from Lao PDR, this is a demonstration of learning and adaptive management that took place. The project actually focused on enhancing livelihood options and strengthening ecosystem service provision in the landscapes surrounding 2 Ramsar designated sites of Lao PDR. It offered an important model for an integrated ecosystems-based approach for sustainable wetlands management. Initially, the project was narrowly focused and did not consider historical flood and drought patterns, as well as the buffering and recharge capacities which depended on adjacent upland forests. They considered the factors and the importance of interconnected ecosystems after the midterm review. The design was then adapted, which shows adaptive learning, to address deforestation and livestock grazing in the upland forests, providing alternative sources of foraging and firewood, putting reduced pressure on forest and aquatic resources by creating no-take fish conservation zones. So these are the 3 impact stories. We have a lot more in our evaluation report. Based on the findings, the evidence, and the conclusions, IEO proposes the following 3 recommendations: to coordinate with partner LMRB countries, other multilaterals, bilaterals, and regional bodies on strategic regional priorities, design and implement mechanisms for testing, replicating, and scaling up successful local outcomes to take them to scale. And finally, providing advice, maybe jointly with STAP, on internationally agreed on definitions and guidelines for implementation of ecosystem-based conceptual approaches, management tools, and to strengthen theory of change and indicators. Thank you.
Over to you, Claude.
Thank you, and thank you, Geeta, for the presentation. The GEF welcomes the IEO strategic country cluster evaluation of the lower Mekong River Basin ecosystem. The Secretariat appreciates the useful findings and conclusions arising from this evaluation. On recommendation 1, that the GEF should coordinate with partner LMRB countries, other multilaterals, bilaterals, and regional bodies on the strategic regional priorities of the MRC's Basin Development Strategy. This could be achieved through various GEF projects and programs which have a coordination component. On this recommendation, the GEF Secretariat partially agrees with it. The GEF appreciates the benefits of aligning GEF resources with relevant strategic regional priorities. The GEF recognizes the role of governments in setting and owning regional priorities. The implementation of this recommendation will therefore depend on the initiative and actions of GEF recipient countries who are outside of GEF's Secretariat's direct control, given the country-driven nature of the GEF. Furthermore, the reality in the lower Mekong still lags behind realizing the ambitions of an integrated systems approach to basin management. The Secretariat agrees with the IEO that such an integrated approach is needed and well aligned with GEF 8's strategic directions to emphasize system-level engagement and transformation. In GEF 8, the GEF will encourage agencies, including through GEF project concept reviews, that relevant GEF-supported projects in the lower Mekong countries should aim for consultations with the national Mekong committees. Finally, the GEF Secretariat can consider inclusion of relevant regional bodies in outreach events organized by the GEF Secretariat. On recommendation 2, to support long-term sustainability, the GEF Secretariat and agencies should design and implement mechanisms for testing, replicating, and scaling up successful local outcomes and mainstream them at the national level. This would include dissemination of good practices and working in close coordination with local, provincial, and central governments to broaden and sustain the impacts of the GEF investments. The Secretariat fully agrees with this recommendation. The Secretariat agrees that sustainability is a vital design component of each GEF intervention. Sustainability elements are mainstreamed in GEF policy and guidelines and are explicitly addressed in the GEF 8 strategy, in GEF project design requirements, and knowledge and management and learning. The Secretariat welcomes the recommendation to disseminate and scale up good practices to broaden and sustain the impact of GEF investments. The Secretariat notes significant ongoing efforts to capture, produce, and share lessons and good practices of GEF investments. This includes the GEF IW Learn initiative, as well as other knowledge initiatives through country engagement. Looking ahead, the GEF will continue to pay special attention in the review of GEF projects, including obviously in the lower Mekong River Basin, to sustainability elements in project design and, where relevant, in the project theory of change and M&E framework. On recommendation 3, the STAP, in consultation with the GEF, should provide technical advice on internationally agreed upon definitions and guidelines for implementation of ecosystem-based conceptual approaches and management tools to support consistent understanding and implementation on the ground. Future GEF projects should include robust theories of change and indicators that measure the effectiveness of these conceptual approaches and management tools. Again, in this case, the GEF fully agrees with this recommendation. Please also note that in line with the latest guidance from the last Council to consult with the relevant bodies of the GEF partnership in the preparation of the management responses where needed, the GEF Secretariat did consult with STAP on the response to this recommendation. STAP has provided technical advice and guidelines for the implementation of ecosystem-based conceptual approaches and management tools, and in consultation with the GEF Secretariat will consider what further advice might be needed. STAP is doing further work on how to strengthen project design and adaptive management, in addition to its theory of change primer and enabling elements of good project design, which I mentioned in the case of other interventions. The Secretariat notes that in GEF 8 projects, they're required to be based on a theory of change, operationalized through a PIF and a PFD, and review sheets that are supported by periodic agency training. In conclusion, the GEF Secretariat will continue to seek opportunities to work with the STAP, with GEF agencies and countries to support strategic regional priorities, increase the sustainability aspects of projects and programs, and implementation of our investments in the lower Mekong River Basin. Progress on each of these recommendations will be tracked through the IEO Standard Management Action Record. Thank you.
Thank you, Claude. Dearest council members and observers, we will open the speakers list once so that we can get on with business. For those who would like to speak on both items, please raise your flag and we'll take you down, and then we will proceed to CSO Network. Sano first.
Thank you very much. My colleague from Western Africa Regional Focal Point, she will comment on agenda number 10, and I will comment on agenda number 11. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Gwebese Tracy Ogbonna, CSO representative, West Africa. On behalf of the GEF CSO network, I would like to welcome the IO's evaluation of GEF's approach and intervention in water security and management, especially in reiterating UNEP's 4 dimensions of water security. However, we have the following observations and recommendations. In paragraph 19 of the report, which highlights the 4 dimensions of water security being underpinned by good governance and decision-making, transboundary cooperation, peace and political stability and financing, which should in fact serve as key indicators for evaluation by identifying gaps and bottlenecks at national, subnational, and at vulnerability levels, at community levels, in order to proffer strategic options for adoption by projects to enable the unpacking and development of project-specific interventions that address the above. In paragraph 24, water security depends on individual and community perception. Whilst we appreciate how the impact of man-made natural disasters or natural cycles can affect hydrological impact of communities' access to water far away, and the enormous challenge of evaluating individual perception of water security, creating a global benchmark, standards, or indicators can enable monitoring and evaluation accordingly. And paragraph 86, gender considerations were not commonly addressed in completed projects that focused on water security, but they are much more prominent in ongoing projects. We have the following recommendations. A global benchmark and indicators according to the 4 areas that underpin the achievement of the 4 dimensions of water security should be developed into indicators for monitoring and evaluation. The GEF CSO network members can support agencies from project conception to implementation and evaluation as part of stakeholders recommended for engagement in paragraph 44. The GEF gender policy and gender equality guidance should be fully implemented by all water projects, programs, and actions, and should be periodically monitored and tracked to ensure gender considerations are addressed throughout the project and at completion. I also appreciate the GEF increased projects with water security focus in some areas, especially in the Sahel region in Africa. Because of the myriad of water problems in Africa, we greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, CSO Network, Karim Baba, s'il vous plaît. Thank you.
Merci. Donc,
prenant la parole pour la première fois, permettez-moi de remercier le gouvernement du Brésil pour son accueil, le GEF pour l'organisation et l'IEO pour l'excellente qualité des études. Donc, on aimerait participer avec quelques recommandations pour dire que la conception de projets devrait émaner de la volonté et de la demande des pays et non sur la base de notes conceptuelles, dans certains cas, de projets régionaux proposés par certaines agences sans concertation préalable avec les pays concernés. Donc, pour la question des systèmes aquifères frontaliers, puisque vous avez cité dans votre rapport le cas du Sahara, nous récusons le fait que la proposition de certains projets se trouve sur le chapitre d'eau internationale, et nous l'avons fait en son temps, et ce pour des questions de souveraineté. Donc, vu la sensibilité de la denrée eau, un processus de concertation approfondie devrait être mené avec les États, et ce sur la base de leurs priorités nationales et en tenant en compte de leur réglementation nationale. Et je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Karim. Gabriella of Switzerland, please.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Well, first of all, water is a key issue for us meaning Switzerland, but also the constituency, transboundary waters of critical importance. So appreciate those two evaluations. On the first one regarding water security and management, we are a very strong supporter of the water security agenda and integrated water resources management. So we look very much forward to the implementation of the recommendations by the Secretariat. On the Mekong River Basin one, we have a bit more questions and comments regarding the fact that we found it quite surprising that the evaluation yielded the fact that fewer than half of the projects have an adequately designed results framework to capture the origin of the shortcomings. And in the management response, you say you could introduce elements pertaining to freshwater resources and the theories of change and results frameworks of relevant projects. Could you further explain how that would happen, just to clarify that point? We were also surprised to see that the fact that only few projects were mainstreamed to improve policy coherence at the national level or scaled up beyond the target areas. In particular, since the fact that the GEF has not been able to have its project's outcomes taken up by the MRC, the leading actor of the Mekong Basin's water resources, is, well, we find that quite worrisome. So, especially since the work of the GEF does is in MRC member states, and its donors overlap with those of the MRC, there should really be an incentive to ensure that the outcomes and learnings feed into and are effectively taken up by the MRC. And this leads us to the question how you can arrive, that's to the IEO, that on point in your conclusions, you say the GEF is well positioned to continue contributing to a transformative change, but then you also conclude that despite good examples of transformative changes in ownership at local levels, few projects were mainstreamed to improve policy coherence. So we see a slight tension. Maybe you can explain that. And lastly, the management response, Claude, you alluded to that. You only partially agree with the first recommendation to coordinate with partner countries. We understand that there's a country-driven aspect to it, but the coordination side, where you engage with them, we would see that that should be fully implemented. So maybe you can further elaborate why you argue for a partial agreement instead of a full agreement with that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gabriella. René from the Netherlands.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Let me first compliment you with the presentation on water security. I think that was really a worthy follow-up on the UN Water Conference co-hosted by the Netherlands and Tajikistan, but also aided with a lot of council members here around the table in a role of co-chair. What the conference made clear is that water security is an increasingly big problem. It undermines us dealing with the triple planetary crisis, but it also shaves off a lot of economic growth. Hence, it also undermines the development agenda that we have. In light of what we truly see as an increasing crisis, and let me be clear, we're really talking about the use of water for services in agriculture, industrialization, urbanization, and energy. I'm not so much focusing on drinking water. I really feel that we need to try to translate that urgency also into our actions. So hence, I would really plea for a true follow-up of all the recommendations, and also see how you pragmatically can already bring it also on board of GEF 8. I think it would be, I don't think we have time to waste, and it was also brought to the fore by the two previous speakers. What I wanted to say about the Mekong has already been said by Switzerland, so for the sake of brevity, I refer to that. And I also would really like to compliment you in general with this more holistic approach, because one of the things that we also observed was that in previous documents, for example, there was no reference to the UNECE Water Convention. So thank you, once again, thank you very much, but a plea to truly already start following up on the recommendations in GEF 8. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rene. Rob from the United States, and then we'll turn back to IEO and staff.
Thank you, Chair, and we'd like to thank the IEO, Juha and Gita, and the rest of the team for the report on water security, which helps us to further understand the ways in which the GEF can achieve water security outcomes and interventions through the GEF to address factors that undermine water security benefits. We appreciate the IEO's methodology, the approach to include stakeholder interviews, including community members. We understand the importance and indispensability of water security throughout society and the need to learn from the outcomes of this evaluation. We also support the Netherlands comment on a pragmatic approach to incorporating water security into GEF 8 now. And so just want to reiterate the importance that we place on water security in the U.S. And we were part of the water conference in New York, and I think co-chaired one of the panels. So it's a reflection of the importance that we give to this issue. We also want to thank the IEO for the Lower Mekong report. It helps us to further understand the impact of the GEF support for addressing the challenges across the Lower Mekong River Basin. We are pleased that the GEF project objectives were closely aligned and balanced with national priorities to reduce vulnerability of rural communities, including indigenous peoples, women, and other marginalized groups. We understand that the Lower Mekong River Basin sociological landscapes are fundamental for ensuring regional food security and local livelihoods, and the need to learn from the outcomes of this evaluation. So thank you very much. We really appreciate this work.
Thank you, Rob. Gita?
Thank you for the comments. I think I have one question mainly from Gabriela about the transformative change versus the well-positioning. And so it's the results have been pretty transformative at the local level. So I think when we say GEF is well-positioned, I think with a little bit of knowledge sharing, working closer with the Mekong River Commission, you could actually take those results to scale. It's more sharing the knowledge, and making it more at the national scale, even at the regional scale, as opposed to retaining the knowledge at the local level. So there's been a lot of success at the local level we've observed.
I'll take on some of the questions because I think they were directed at staff. First of all, it's important to remember here that the evaluation was done on investments not just of the GEF Trust Fund, but of LDCF as well. And it's important to remember in that context that these two trust funds have very different objectives in terms of adaptation in the case of LDCF, and in terms of the focal areas and the higher level objectives of the GEF Trust Fund. Having said that, to reassure our colleague from Algeria, in all cases, whether it's LDCF or IW investments, international waters, we get letters of endorsement from countries for all cases. And not only in that, in the case of international waters, if we are moving towards the implementation of a strategic action plan that has been developed through regional engagement of several countries, the governments of those countries have to have signed off on the SAP as well. So I don't know of any case of GEF investment which would not have included a full country buy-in. In terms of the other two questions, indicators and why we partially agree with one of the recommendations, when I say partially, it's not that we don't agree with the full recommendation, but we don't see how the GEF could be the only way to implement this, and this has to do with the coordination aspect. In this region, again, we've had significant investments, but we have not, for example, had the privilege, I guess, of initiating an integrated program with a lot of preparation with agencies and engagement with countries, and a common vision for how this should all work together. So when we do have a multi-country project or program, we are able to bring in some of the coordination levels, some of the coordination aspects that you've mentioned, Gabriela, but we are also not in a position to necessarily have all of the countries that should be engaged in this region at the table for a variety of aspects. So again, we have limitations in the GEF business model, and that's the partially just reflects that limitation in some cases prevents us. But where we are active, we will include all of the proper coordination, whether it's at the national level or at the regional level. In terms of the indicators, again, I think just coming back to the fact that we have different trust funds operating here, water security is more, well, I wouldn't say more, but it's as important at the local scale as it is at the national or international scale. And so what we've seen here are many more examples of how water security is important at the local scale, which is much more of a preoccupation and a goal of the adaptation funds, which would be more appropriate in the next iteration of the framework, the results framework, to have something that could directly affect that level of indication of whether the projects are successful. In terms of international waters, again, we can certainly look at how to include water security considerations into the next phase of the results framework, but by nature, the international waters will have a different scale of examining aspects of water security because we're looking at the improved management of shared freshwater basins, whether they're underground or above ground. And so again, we're talking about water security at a very different scale, and I think we have to just take that into consideration, but we will, in both cases, make sure that they are considered when we start to look at the results framework for GEF 9 in about a year, a little over a year and a half maybe. Thank you.
Thank you, Claude. So that everybody knows, the next round of speakers will be IPAG, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, Denmark, Germany, and the Solomon Islands. So I recognize IPAG.
Alipunja Mashikuna, Yuka Yolanda Terán Capani, Ecuador Mamayertamanta. Hablo en nombre del IPAG indígena para el GEF. De acuerdo con mi protocolo indígena, inicio agradeciendo la hospitalidad del gobierno del Brasil y de los pueblos indígenas de este territorio. Agradecemos a la Secretaría por la elaboración de este documento. El agua tiene un significado cultural profundo para los pueblos indígenas. Está presente en nosotros desde el momento de nuestra concepción hasta el día que retornamos al vientre de nuestra Madre Tierra. Las aguas masculinas y femeninas juntas procuran y protegen la vida de la humanidad y de la Madre Tierra. Mientras en el mundo occidental se refieren a la inseguridad y falta del agua, los pueblos indígenas estamos protegiendo áreas importantes para la conservación del agua, como son los páramos, y sembrando, creciendo y nutriendo fuentes de agua utilizando nuestro conocimiento tradicional. En atención a las mejores prácticas internacionales, es importante que el GEF incluya a los pueblos indígenas, a las mujeres y jóvenes indígenas en sus reportes generales de evaluación, en las políticas y proyectos, tomando en cuenta que los pueblos indígenas somos los guardianes milenarios de la Madre Tierra y sus ecosistemas y tenedores de derechos. En cuanto al tema de género, anotamos que en los pueblos indígenas no utilizamos ese concepto. Nosotros nos referimos a los roles sociales de hombres y mujeres, incluyendo el uso y tratamiento del agua. Quiero mencionar que durante el COVID-19, nuestros hermanos y hermanas indígenas tuvimos juntos un rol fundamental en la seguridad y soberanía alimentaria y en la obtención del agua dentro del marco de nuestros derechos humanos, de la autodeterminación, de nuestra soberanía cultural y sistemas de conocimientos indígenas. En estos momentos de recuperación de la humanidad, debemos unir esfuerzos para el logro de un cambio social transformador y renovado, basado en valores, principios y justicia social y ambiental. Gracias por la palabra.
Thank you for that. Andrea Stewart from New Zealand.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you very much for these very useful evaluations. In terms of the water security, we are supportive of the adoption of the report and its recommendations. We're pleased to see how the GEF clearly recognises the centrality of water security for its work and across its focus areas. We also support the GEF's adoption of the UNEP definition of water security. On the evaluation on the Lower Mekong, we recognise the challenges addressed in this report, and we recommend that the report consider the complex internal dynamics in the Mekong River Commission in greater detail. We recommend noting that the wider sensitivity of the Lower Mekong River Basin includes the challenges of hydropower across the Mekong, and we also note the challenge of water management data across the Mekong, specifically regarding the release and timing of dam releases. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. Sam from the United Kingdom.
Thank you. The UK welcomes the water security evaluation findings, and like Switzerland, we absolutely recognise the need to act quickly to address the threats posed by the global water crisis and the critical role the GEF can play in looking at all options to ensure water security is embedded across their work. We found it interesting, but not necessarily surprising, that multi-focal area projects contributed the highest share of water security related projects at around $500 million US. This stresses the importance of the integrated programmatic approach to tackling systemic issues such as water insecurity. There was also a strong contribution from the adaptation funds, which emphasises their critical role. We were, however, surprised to see so few programmes coming from the land degradation focal area, amounting to only $46 million. Given this focal area's alignment with the UNCCD objectives, which include tackling drought, I would welcome any insights into why this might be the case. On the evaluation recommendation and the management responses, for recommendation 1 on including freshwater considerations into the GEF 8 indicators and results framework, we agree with the management response. We need to look ahead to GEF 9 to see how water security aspects can be incorporated into the GEF indicators and results framework. And on recommendation 2, we again agree with the management response. In particular, we welcome the creation of strengthening of innovative and sustainable financing mechanisms such as bonds, payments for ecosystem services, water funds, and other public-private partnerships in mobilising more finance for this important issue. On the Lower Mekong River Basin ecosystem evaluation, we welcome some of the conclusions in this evaluation, but are concerned by others. We welcome the overall co-financing ratio of 9:1, as well as the integrated and multifocal area approach. In particular, we welcome the finding that project objectives were aligned with national priorities to reduce vulnerability of rural communities, including indigenous peoples, women, and other marginalised groups. In particular, we welcome the engagement and empowerment of women in ecosystem-based adaptation. Like Switzerland, we're concerned with the level of projects designed to measure the impact of GEF projects, lack of effective monitoring, and the lack of policy coherence and mainstreaming to enable scale-up and transformational change. Impacts, results, and value for money are important issues for the UK. We appreciate the challenge of working in transboundary areas and welcome this approach where water catchments cross political boundaries, but we must take the lessons learnt here, such as in the integrated programmatic approach, as Claude mentioned, to address these issues in future projects in this geography and other similar programs in transboundary watersheds. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Emily?
Thank you, Co-Chair, and also many thanks to Gita for this very interesting presentation. Our constituency would also like to thank the IEO for these highly relevant evaluations, which we very much welcome, including the management responses to the findings and recommendations. We're pleased to hear the improvements to water security achieved through the integrated programming, and also to hear that the GEF will further integrate elements of water security in the GEF 9 results framework. We would like to also emphasize the importance of considering water security in GEF programming, as climate change will increasingly continue to impact the hydrometeorological circle, often resulting in too little or too much water, and the various consequences of this. In this regard, we would like to ask whether the impacts of water security are considered in the climate risk assessments that are mandatory for all projects and programs, I think at PIF and PPG stage. And then finally also, I think maybe Claude already hinted to this with the LDCF projects, but it would be interesting to understand why water security was less of an issue in GEF projects in North Africa and the Near East, as well as certain places in Africa, compared to the Sahel, which I think had the highest concentration. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Over to you, Sylvia.
Thank you, Tom, and I will also focus my intervention on both of the evaluations. Germany welcomes the AO evaluation and the management response regarding the integration of the topic of water security in the GEF programming directions and projects and programs. Considering that water security is critical to goals of the GEF focal areas, we look forward to a stronger focus on the issue in GEF project designs and the use of custom indicators. We welcome the two proposed recommendations of the IEO, especially that all projects that deal with water security should include sustainable financing and other activities to support scaling up efforts. We also acknowledge the intent of the GEF Secretariat to mainstream the evaluation's findings and recommendations into preparing the international water strategy for the GEF 9 replenishment negotiations. On the other evaluation, we welcome the IEO report assessing the impact of GEF's operations in the lower Mekong River Basin, as well as the management response. We would further encourage the GEFSEC to make use of its position as an intermediator to increase cooperation between local stakeholders at different political levels in the lower Mekong River Basin to enhance upscaling of interventions beyond the project's duration. In this regard, we would like to point, laptop, help me, out that a regional extended constituency workshop will be a great opportunity to pursue this goal, as it can lead to fruitful discussions and advanced collaboration. Considering the room of improvement towards more sustained impacts and the highlighted low design quality of some previous interventions, we strongly encourage the GEF Secretariat to request a higher quality of perceived PIFs and encourage a stronger diversification of the selected GEF agencies to implement projects in the lower Mekong River Basin. Thank you.
Thanks, Sylvia. Colin?
Thank you, Co-Chair. Just on this particular matter, my comment is just basically on the theme of this, the water security, and we are, like others, more or less are happy that we have defined that in UNEP definition of that. But I think it's just I come from a constituency where some of my members are 4.5 meters above sea. So water is basically life, and I think with the planetary bound crisis that is going on, it is such an important aspect. So I just wish to register that, and I've heard the Secretariat in terms of response to some of the comments of the findings and of the report in which GEF 9 more or less will also have this high on its program. I think it's just a general comment rather than anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. So over to you, and then after that, you.
Just two comments, I think. On the LD question of lower investments, I don't have the exact answer, but my suspicion is that just recall the distribution of LD across the globe. LD will be much more prevalent in the drylands of Africa, the Sahel, and Eastern and Central Asia, and so I suspect this just reflects the lower overall, allocations of LD in these countries, but we can look into that a little bit more. Just getting back again to the questions of water security and the different types of GEF investment. When we talk about international waters and the way that we approach the shared management or improved shared management of freshwater basins, basically water security is built into that concept. We are doing this for water security at a national level. Obviously, we don't get down to local communities in these types of projects because we're looking at the big picture of making sure that the shared basin is well managed, et cetera, et cetera. But it is built in at the national scale that water security is basically the objective. In terms of the investments in LDCF, again, we're coming down to a much finer grained level, and it is aspects of water security within national boundaries for communities and cities and other types of investment. So I just wanted to reassure everybody that we're talking about the same thing, but at different scales. And certainly we can look at how to both strengthen the design of projects so that that becomes clearer, as well as how to measure this so it is reflected in perhaps better indicators in GEF 9 and in the next replenishment of the LDCF.
Thank you, Claude. So this is the last round of speakers. Sano from the CSO Network, UN Forum of Indigenous Issues, Aaron Silby, Nguyen Thuong Duc, and Nino from Zoom. So, Sano.
Thank you very much. First of all, we appreciate the report from the IEO and also appreciate the management recommendation, management response. Thank you very much. We have a short comment. The agenda number 11, the recommendation 1 focuses on coordination, and recommendation 2 focuses on long-term sustainability. This coordination mainly talk about the coordination with the local government, municipalities, and national governments. And my question is, you also expect for the local ownership. The local ownership is there any role of the indigenous peoples, women, and direct beneficiaries for the long-term ownership? And if it is, then how do you measure that long-term ownership and long-term sustainability? So if you can kindly elaborate more a bit, then we will understand much better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sano. So over to the UN Forum of Indigenous Issues.
Muchas gracias por permitirme el uso de la palabra. En primer lugar, quiero felicitarles por la presentación del informe y quiero aprovechar esta oportunidad para decir que las dos discusiones de la mañana, tanto la de sostenibilidad como la de seguridad hídrica, tienen una conexión indisoluble desde la perspectiva de los pueblos indígenas, porque la manera como se aborde la relación con el agua depende del grado de sostenibilidad que vayan a tener los apoyos a quienes están cuidando la diversidad del planeta. No son asuntos distintos. En ese sentido, yo respaldo la declaración hecha por Yolanda Terán Maigua del Grupo Asesor de Pueblos Indígenas y en consecuencia me permito hacer una recomendación sobre este particular a este consejo. Es importante que el GEF adopte un enfoque del agua como sujeto de derechos. Es indispensable superar el enfoque de servicios o de propiedad. Este enfoque del agua como sujeto de derechos adicionalmente fortalece la interconexión con otros sujetos de derechos y aumenta la sostenibilidad de los aportes hechos por el GEF a quienes están cuidando la diversidad del planeta. Algunos ejemplos que ya están en marcha en el mundo sobre este enfoque nos están mostrando resultados y es importante que aprendamos de esas buenas prácticas. Adicionalmente a esto, en relación con la sostenibilidad, no siempre la sostenibilidad puede ser verificada en el ámbito de intervención de los proyectos, porque la mirada del agua como un ciclo vital permite establecer que los apoyos que se hacen en un ecosistema deben monitorearse en otros ecosistemas. Y este es una mirada que nos permite a nosotros tener mayor sustento de la necesidad de aumentar la participación y la calidad de la representación de los sujetos colectivos, en el caso de los pueblos indígenas y sus instituciones representativas. Nuevamente, muchas gracias por otorgarme el uso de la palabra.
Gracias. Erin Silby.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you for the presentations and evaluations. Canada welcomes the finding in the evaluation of the Lower Mekong River Basin that GEF project objectives were closely aligned with national priorities with the focus on reducing the vulnerability of rural communities, particularly Indigenous peoples, women, and other marginalized groups. And I think a few others reference this finding as well. Indeed, both evaluations emphasize the need for scaling up and sharing information on new and innovative approaches. Canada would be interested in hearing more about how the GEF compiles findings from the different audits to improve the results frameworks, indicators, and monitoring and evaluation approaches. And I think this was covered perhaps in some of the first round of responses, but we feel that these lessons learned and findings could really prove useful to much of our work. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. Oh, this is a tough one. Nguyễn Thuần Đức, huh?
Thanks, Co-Chair, and thanks for comprehensive presentation. I should have a brief comments on GEF financing in Mekong region, water security and food security. The Lower Mekong Basin includes 5 countries: Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Thailand. Of those 5 countries, Thailand and Vietnam are the largest and second largest rice export country in the world. Thanks to GEF financing, all countries in the region benefit from GEF projects. I'm happy that there have been some projects in the area, and there's currently an aquifer project on the border of Vietnam and Cambodia to enhance underground water security in the region. And we need to enhance cooperation in environment, water security, food security, and infrastructure development in the region. I should want to draw more attention and focus on food security in Lower Mekong River Basin, because it's not only for the Lower Mekong River area, but essential for the world. And water security in the region is essential for food security. Thank you.
Come on, thank you. Nino from Zoom.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the floor. And I'd like to thank as well GEF's secretariat for giving me the opportunity to participate in this important council meeting virtually. So, and I would like also, since I'm taking floor first time, to thank the host, the government of Brazil for hosting such an important event. I just would like to put your attention to a little bit the same but little bit different issue. Of course, the presentation was very interesting and important, but I would like to mention here the recent destruction of the dam at the Kakhovka hydroelectric power plant in the Dnieper River has caused downstream floods, putting the lives of hundreds of thousands of inhabitants in around 80 communities, including Kherson, in dangerous circumstances. And the impact of humanitarian situation cannot be overstated, accelerating and already desperate situation of affairs and causing further damage upon Ukraine's ecosystems and biodiversity. I'm talking about this because I represent the Eastern European constituency countries, and 4 countries out of those 12 countries are belong to the Black Sea River Basin. So what I said already, it means that Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine continues to remind us of the grave consequences of armed conflict to environmental security as well. And also, I would like to mention here that the destruction of this Kakhovka dam has given rise to concerns regarding its potential effects on the Black Sea and its ecosystem. I understand that today we are speaking about fresh water mostly, but I would like to mention that out of those 12 countries, most of them, we have received quite important support from GEF, not only to international waters focal areas, but for biodiversity, for climate change. And so I wanted to mention here that due to the situation, which I already mentioned, the GEF supported projects, especially from international waters focal areas, and not only, as I mentioned, climate and biodiversity and land degradation also accompanies of this situation, what I already explained. It will be in connection, which are in connection of the Black Sea Basin, and should be reconsidered somehow and accommodating Ukraine's priorities and feasibility of the projects already approved, I mean, and as well as priorities of the Black Sea water security as per the modified project scope. The projects would support the assessment and management responses for implementation of specific project measures once the situation permits, of course. So I would like to once again mention the importance of the evaluation, which we already heard and was very interesting. So I would like to wish now that for the future evaluations, very important results in the Black Sea regions, including all Black Sea coastal countries, and of course Ukraine will be as well evaluated, like we hear today about Mekong River. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nino. Last, Laura from Colombia.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thanks to IEO for the evaluation of the GEF approach and intervention in water security and management response. Thank you, because this is very important for us, especially for the strategic position and for the one of the most important basin of the world, which is the Amazon. The 8 countries that we are around the river have the clear elements for why it's important, the water. And also, I want to comment that in Colombia, we are working right now in the planning around water. This is our national development plan. Taking into account that the forests and water are closely related, and of course it is a home of many indigenous people and local communities. And I want to thank Yolanda and the Rio from the UN IPL forum at the United Nations, because we obviously recognize that the indigenous people and local communities are a very key stakeholders and guardians of the water. And in our countries, this is a very important issue to have in mind when we are planning at the political level. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lara. Over to you, Gita. There's some questions, I think.
I think we had one question for clarification from Sanu about methodology. I think, Sanu, we should take this offline because there's a lot of detail you've asked for in terms of methodology, but I can only tell you that indigenous peoples, etc., are included in our, when we interview and get access to information. They participate in our stakeholder engagement groups as we conduct evaluations. But I think on detailed methodology, we could probably take it offline if that's okay.
Claude?
Yeah, just quickly, thanks for all those comments. Many of them are noted and we'll take action. But just in reply to Canada specifically, there's the ongoing investments that the GEF does in knowledge management, monitoring, and learning. And we may or may not see at this council meeting the new knowledge management strategy. But it does continue to provide a wealth of information through the project cycle and through the investments that we make through integrated programs and publications and engagements through South-South exchanges, a wealth of information. That also gets complemented with the actual empirical data on projects and outcomes that we monitor, and gets funneled into a process, as I mentioned, for GEF 9 in terms of the results framework that will hopefully continue to improve the setting of goals and targets for each replenishment. So it's a fairly, I guess it's a fairly complex set of initiatives, but it does exist, and it's not always apparent perhaps to council, but this is something that is coordinated within the GEF Secretariat. Thank you.
Thanks, Claude. Rosanna?
I also would like to thank you for the presentation, and considering the cross-sectorial importance of water and the fact that the water sector is mostly vulnerable in the result of climate change negative impact and other focal areas, this is a monumental moment to focus on the sustainable development and integrated management of water resources for the achievement of social, economic, and environmental objectives, and on the furtherance of cooperation and partnership at all levels. We need to transform our approach to water management to improve the equity of access to water while maintaining environmental flow and water quality for the protection of freshwater resources. It can be achieved through the development and dissemination of improved approaches and tools to support sustainable and secure water management, advancing improved water governance, and spreading best practices and innovative approaches in water conservation and use, and enhancing engagement with regional governance for the development and application of modern water management governance legal instruments and tools to support evidence-based decision-making and enhance economic benefits over shared water resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosanna. Unless I misheard, that was just congratulations to IEO and also to the management responses. So since we've exhausted all comments and questions, I would like to invite adoption one by one so that it's formally adopted and the secretary will not be mad at me. So may I invite the council to adopt the draft decision included in document GEF C6313, which is the first one on the evaluation of the GEF's approach and interventions in water security and management response. Yes, Rene.
No, what I would like to say is that in light of the crisis that we see on water, I encourage you, but also applaud you in playing a leading role in dealing with this crisis. And so, however you're going to do it formally, pragmatically, we all have to go through steep learning curves. So, I really encourage you to be a leader in that respect, and also to be as pragmatic as possible also on GEF 8. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Rene. So now we turn to the second item. May I invite the Council to adopt the draft decision, including a document GEF C6314, which is the Strategic Country Cluster Evaluation of the Lower Mekong River Basin Ecosystem and Management Response. Silence is adoption. So thank you very much to IEO and management for high quality work that everybody loved, and strong support from especially Rene. Thank you. And of course, we need to pay our excellent evaluators. So we are turning over to agenda item 12. 4-year work program and budget of the Independent Evaluation Office. May I invite Juha?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. First of all, let me thank the Council for this very interesting discussion and the strong support you have given to us in this past round of discussions. And it seems to me that we did hit a nerve with these evaluations that focused on water resources issues and how important they are. And I'm also very personally very much pleased with the emphasis on the importance of indigenous peoples and local communities' involvement and role in these issues. So okay, so let's go to look a little bit forward what we are planning on doing. So as you may recall, so we presented the OPS 7, the seventh comprehensive evaluation of the GEF in its final draft form ahead of the 8th replenishment of the GEF in October 2021. And we are now then already turning our attention to OPS 8, which will be, by the same schedule, will be presented to the replenishment participants and to the Council in the fiscal year of 2025. And I was kind of shocked when Claude was referring to it, to the preparations for GEF 9, that it's 1.5 years away. So this is 1.5 years away, basically. So it's amazing how the years go by. So we have already started work, and all of our work is gearing towards OPS 8 to make it as comprehensive as possible to inform the replenishment process. And we've already presented evaluations, as you see here, on sustainable forest management, resilience, the effects of COVID on GEF activities, and so on. And now we have just presented 2 more evaluations to you here. We will, some of the highlights of the upcoming work program include, we'll have separate evaluations this time of the integrated programs on sustainable cities, the support to combating illegal wildlife trade, integrated interventions in the SIDS, and community-based approaches in the GEF. And we will continue our series of these strategic country cluster evaluations on drylands, as well as then assessing the socioeconomic co-benefits of GEF interventions. So we have a pretty full agenda already going on, and we'll continue our focus on the impact programs so we have there is a continuity in these programs. We have the integrated approach pilots in GEF6, and then we have impact programs in GEF7, and now we have 11 integrated programs. But many of the themes are continuing, and in the earlier phases when we did these evaluations, they were pretty formative in nature. This time, in some of these longer-term themes, continuing themes, we hope that we will be able to actually to focus more on the results and such as Folur then and the sustainable cities, but then also we'll do again quality at entry assessments of the design of these new GEF8 impact programs that have been approved. We'll have cross-cutting evaluations that include, for example, GEF's approach to nature-based solutions. This is something that has been going on for a while, but is still fairly novel. We'll continue our work with the GEF's engagement with the private sector, and in particular in value chains, the implementation of GEF policies, including gender safeguards and so on, and this time we'll include a specific focus on the GEF fiduciary policy. And then again, the country engagement strategy, which is a new way of doing things in GEF8. So some continuity, some repetition, but always moving forward. Other evaluations with an institutional focus will include a review of the monitoring and results management systems, the knowledge management systems, and the non-grant instrument, and of course we will not forget the good old focal areas either here. So we will look at them, but as always we will conduct the evaluations of the focal areas focusing on specific themes as before. We have also noted, and we will always note, because the council, I consider the council as our main client, if you wish. We hear what the council wishes us to do, and you have asked us to do work on co-financing. And now this time we have heard talk about, for example, the midterm evaluation of the allocations, resource allocations. It's up to you whether you want the Secretariat to do it as a self-assessment or you want us to work on that. But we hear what you are saying, and of course there's everything that will eventually pertain to the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, and so on. But everything, all of this will be brought together by 2025 to OPS 8, and we plan to present the OPS 8 approach paper to the council in a year from now, in the spring meeting in 2024. That's kind of the last chance for you to make major changes to it, but we are incorporating what we hear from you now. A few words on knowledge management and learning, which we also do, and the partnerships. We stay very much engaged with our peer networks with the multilateral development banks through the evaluation cooperation group and the UN evaluation group, where I think in December I presented an information paper on how we engage with the UN evaluation units of trying to get them to mainstream environmental considerations in all evaluations. And we hosted the UN Evaluation Group annual meeting in Washington, D.C. in January, and there was a major breakthrough there, actually, because the UNEG, as it's called, or, they actually made a formal decision to add a norm on environmental sustainability to their norms and standards, which they, interestingly, have not had until now. But that's a direct result from our work. We also chaired the evaluation practice exchange of the UN and so on. We've participated in other related events and just to basically to ensure, on the one hand, that we learn from others where are the frontiers of best evaluation practice, but also that we can share, because I dare to claim that we are a leader in environmental evaluation. And as part of that, we have been invited back to train at the International Program for Development Evaluation Training in Switzerland, in Bern, next month, on methods and findings building on our evaluation work, and in particular we call it in the nexus of environment and development. And this is actually, I should say, it's part of the Global Evaluation Initiative, which the World Bank's IEG and UNDP initially established, but which is supported by many donors and so on. And of course, then, you know, which brings us to our partnerships with the other evaluation units of the GEF partnership are important, and also our increased collaboration and communications with the evaluation functions of GCF and CIFs are very important. Then a little, if I may, at this late hour before lunch, brag a little bit. So in 2019, we organized a conference together with the International Development Evaluation Association and other partners on evaluating environment and development, and we developed the proceedings into a book. And I just checked. It's an open access book published by Springer Verlag. It's been downloaded 111,000 times. And it was published less than a year and a half ago, right? So some indications there also. Okay, then to the less enticing topic, the budget. For the GEF 7 period, the IEO's total expenses, as we know them now, were slightly over $24 million, which was very close to the originally approved budget for this period, which was $24.5 million over the 4-year period. The undisbursed funds amounted to $436,000, which was largely due to the disruption caused by the pandemic, and that we couldn't do as much field work as we usually like to do. These monies have been returned to the trustee as instructed and they are gone. So, right, okay. The approved budget for the IEO for the GEF 8 period is $30 million, and we talked about this yesterday a little. And so I won't even talk about the whole period, but for the next year. So we had initially calculated that we have for fiscal 24 we have $7.08 million budget basically, which covers the office's fixed costs, the salaries and benefits, the variable costs, including allocations for participation in networks, knowledge management initiatives, and professional development, and of course, importantly, the evaluation budget, which we calculated as $1.6 million. And this latter includes the cost of consultants, travel, and miscellaneous expenses. And you might think that it's a fairly low share of our total, but it's because all of our evaluations, almost all of our evaluations, are led by IEO staff. So we are using in-house human resources to the extent possible. And so the staff costs will be then allocated to these individual evaluations also, and if we are using the World Bank Group's time recording system to get a more accurate handle on actual costs pertaining to how our staff actually use their time, and so that we can allocate the budgets more accurately to that. But okay, so we have been talking about the World Bank fee, and we have been talking about the expanding mandate of the GEF through both the GBFF and the BBNJ, and now we have 11 IPs and a few other abbreviations. And this, of course, should be reflected in the IEO's work program also, and our workload. Now, therefore, so instead of asking for the 7.084 million that we have allocated for evaluation and all of our work next year, we actually propose to include the indirect overhead charge of 11% to the budget for fiscal 24, which will bring this amount to $8.34 million. That will allow us to fulfill the requirements of the work program as we have planned it.
Rev 1. Rev 1. The revised decision was posted.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So yeah, exactly. So we have revised this document, the work program document and budget document, and it was posted this morning actually with these new figures. So I rest my case.
Thank you, Juha. So you got before you the 4-year work program and the budget. So now the floor is open for questions and comments. And we all know about the budgetary situation, so we don't have to hopefully go over it again. But as Juha did yesterday, it does hurt. So, who wants to go first? Karen.
I can go first. That's fine. Thank you for the presentation, Juha. As you said, Tom, we discussed already the issue around the recovery cost and everything, so I won't repeat that, but obviously we have the same view on that today as we did yesterday. I'm not exactly sure what is the implication of what you just said around the budget, because you also said yesterday that with the increased costs, you were worried about OPS 8, and is this not a case anymore, even though the budget is then higher? So maybe you can explain that a bit, because I mean, it's really important to have a proper OPS 8. OPS 7 was very useful in guiding discussions during the GEF 8 replenishment process, and we need a solid OPS 8 to build upon when entering new discussions on GEF 9. We support the suggestion in the paper to have integration as an overarching theme for OPS 8. We think this is a timely theme to have. We welcome the work program, including the evaluation on continuation and expansion of the integrated program, which is central. Also very much welcome the evaluations of policies and practices related to gender, GEF's engagement with the private sector, and the environmental and socio-economic co-benefits of GEF interventions. These are of particular importance of Sweden, but obviously we support the rest as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Gabriella?
Thank you very much, Tom. We have, well, thanks first of all to the IEO for your work program and the budget. Also won't elaborate on the cost recovery issue. We talked about that at length yesterday. Of course, same conditions apply to the 11% here as yesterday. We have just a question whether you could possibly add an evaluation on risk appetite, risk consideration and management in the context of OPS 8, the portfolio, if that there would be potential room for that. If yes, we would be very interested. And then just asking back to the conversation we had on the midterm review discussion. Yeah, Germany is not saying no, but just have an understanding whether or not agency concentration will be part of the OPS 8 anyway, I understand, but just to reflect on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Gabriella. Andres?
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you for the presentation. We very much appreciate the IEO's efforts in conducting independent evaluations of GEF's projects and programs. We're particularly supportive of the inclusion of the evaluation of GEF support to the climate information and early warning systems, noting the increasing impacts of climate change, particularly on our Pacific neighbours. We're also supportive of the report's inclusion of considerations regarding Indigenous people, women, youth, and marginalised and vulnerable groups. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation, Juha. We commend the IEO on its role in evaluating the results, impact, and performance of the GEF, as well as providing guidance and enhancing the use of evaluations and evidence. To that end, we would welcome more information in the 4-year work program on the status quo of use, as well as on follow-up of management responses and whether any action is planned to that end. We also welcome the IEO for their steps in actively integrating gender equality and indigenous peoples into evaluations. We would further welcome the integration of persons in vulnerable situations, such as persons with disabilities, in being addressed by evaluations in order to ensure that their rights are safeguarded and they are not left behind at the face of multiple environmental and climate crises. GEF's integrated approach is a very unique one. It's excellent that the evaluations planned on the integrated programs also cover the aspects of the value added on the approach itself. And finally, with the large number of evaluation reports, particularly terminal evaluations, it's a welcome approach to pay attention to deeper analysis. We would further like to acknowledge IEO for using innovative methodologies and tools, as well as being active in the international fora in sharing their lessons. Thank you.
Thank you. Hongsha?
Thank you, Tom. Thanks for the presentation, Juha. I mean, just had a very good presentation. We are generally fine with the annual IEO budget for FY24 and support the proposed evaluation program for GEF 8. We expect the IEO to remain at the forefront of evaluation methodology and approaches and provide quality evaluations on the impacts, performance, and results of GEF projects. We would like to stress the importance of continued efforts in strengthening the knowledge management and learning. Finally, we encourage the IEO to maintain active role in the evaluation cooperation group of IFIs. Thank you.
Thank you, Hongsha. Alf?
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank the Independent Evaluation Office for their four-year work program and budget for GEF 8. And we take note that the budget was adjusted to reflect the 11% fee, and this seems logical, and I agree with Switzerland that the conclusions from yesterday's discussions applies here as well. We are looking forward to evaluations on integrated approaches and impact programs, to start with combating illegal wildlife crime, sustainable cities, and SIDS programs. We hope that the evaluation of nature-based solutions will be ready to inform late 2024 COPs on the nature framework as well as climate change, but would welcome IEO's comment on its timing and relevance beyond GEF projects. The evaluation of GEF's engagement with the private sector is equally timely and likely influential, and we look forward to the initial study on GEF engagement with private sector in the commodities supply chain. We would like to know if the IEO aims to position its work also in relation to the intense knowledge requirements associated with GBFF success on mobilizing all sources of finance. Will it highlight the quite different relationship to the private sector from issue to issue, plastics being highly relevant at the time of publishing? We expect important lessons to be learned from the planned deep dive into projects and programs with less satisfactory scores. Finally, we commend the key nature of the issues to be addressed in the 4th International Conference on Integrating Environment and Socioeconomic Domains of Sustainability, point 41 in the document. This is an example of a GEF effort that could well be more widely publicized. Thank you.
Thank you, Alf. Sylvia?
Thank you, Tom. Germany endorses the proposed work program of the IEO for financial year 24 and welcomes the launch of the 4-year work program under GEF 8, which will contribute to the 8th comprehensive evaluation of the GEF, to which we look very much forward. As laid out by Norway and Switzerland, we would like, however, to point out that our position remains the same with regards to the discussion on the cost recovery reform as put forward yesterday. We support the revised decision text and ask the GEF Secretariat, thank you, to speedily resolve the matter with the World Bank. On our request on a midterm evaluation on concentration, we are of the view that this task can be easily undertaken by the GEF Secretariat itself, as we believe that the necessary data is already there. We expect to see an analysis in December 2024, and I'm a bit unsure which council this will be, 68, I think. To still inform the upcoming replenishment. We also very much welcome the inclusion of this issue in the OPS 8. Thank you.
Thanks, Sylvia. I'll just turn over to Rita and Juha for some comments before we go back.
Okay, thank you very much again for your support. Yeah, Karen asked about this, that what do I mean now? Is suddenly everything covered? I think it's a longer term issue, and we are refraining from talking about the entire GF8 period budget for the IEO, but just to get us to keep us on track in fiscal 24, we would like to increase the original budget that we had calculated by this 11% cost recovery issue. That would be really very, very helpful. I took note of all of these priority items that several of you have been mentioning, including the integration as an overall theme, the integrated programs, approaches, gender, private sector, socioeconomics, and so forth. I also took note of Gabriela's request that whether we would be able to add this risk appetite evaluation, and I think we'll look into it depending on, but yeah. And I understand that the midterm evaluation, like mentioned by Gabriela and mentioned by Sylvia, and perhaps others, would be something that could be done by the GEF Secretariat then on not an evaluation perhaps, but as a reporting tool, and we'll incorporate these aspects into OPS 8 also. Thank you, Laura, also for the question on the details, and we'll be preparing a more detailed report on the work program for next year, actually, but taking into account all of these suggestions. And I would also like to thank you and thank Hongxia for the importance that you are giving on our participation in these networks and developing further these innovative tools and being active in fora such as the ECG and the knowledge management importance also. And Alf was also mentioning this forthcoming conference that we are organizing, and that's very much appreciated. You also mentioned this nature-based solutions, whether we can deliver it to inform the COPs in 2024, and I think that is the plan. So I think I covered, or did I miss something?
No, I think you. I'll just say I think we can definitely do the risk management and assessment of the portfolio, but we have to work with you on defining the exact questions that need to be answered. That's useful. And the other one is on the integrated programs. A big focus is actually on the value added of integrated programs. That is an integral part of the evaluation. We'll continue to push innovative approaches because we see the demand from your side on informing you more and more about recent trends in what the GEF is doing. And recent programs don't have the evidence base that we need to often answer questions. So we draw on past evidence to inform the future, but we are innovating in real-time evaluation and ongoing evaluation methods so that we can actually inform you about GEF's recent initiatives. And on the private sector side, we've just finished a study on Liberia on commodities. We're expanding it to the other commodity countries. And actually, it'll be an interesting piece of findings for you. So we'll bring that to the next council.
And then there was this issue about, I think Alf raised also about the Biodiversity Framework Fund, and we'll have to, that's also part of the bigger picture then how we what is our piece of it.
Thank you for that. So 3 last speakers, Sam and Rajender and Jean. Sam.
Thanks, Co-Chair, and thanks to the IO for their work programme, which is particularly important in setting out the plans for OPS 8. The UK really values the OPS as a valuable document to inform replenishment discussions, so it is important that the evaluations are addressing some of the key issues that we might see coming up in that negotiation, and we are pleased to say that this seems to be the case. We agree with others in emphasising the importance of further evaluation on the integrated programmatic approach, particularly on this issue of added value, which has already been mentioned. We're also pleased to see evaluations on combating illegal wildlife trade, the private sector engagement strategy, nature-based solutions, the country engagement strategy, and the non-grant instrument. And finally, we would support Switzerland's request for an evaluation on risk and risk appetite in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Rajender?
Thank you, Chair. First is that we support the budget proposal, 4-year proposal of the IEO. We deeply appreciate the work done by IEO. We would like, in fact, IEO to increase its scope and work area, to embed more of analytics and predictive studies also, maybe a deeper learning and knowledge network with more institutional outreach. We would in fact prefer IEO to have an institutional networking and knowledge repository vis-a-vis other institutions, including MDBs and other institutions, including the Global South. On the specifically GEF working, we would prefer IEO, rather request IEO to have, 2 approaches. One is some kind of annual summary studies of the portfolio about the quality and quantity, where we are going right, where we are going wrong as an institution. And second is the way you are already doing thematic detailed studies, which you are already doing, and they're quite good, and it's a good analysis. So we would like to have more of that. With this, thank you, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much for that. Jean, s'il vous plaît. Bonjour, c'est à vous.
OK. Merci. Merci beaucoup pour les études de cas qui ont été présentées. J'ai 2 petits commentaires et une proposition. Alors, sur la question des villes durables, je voudrais attirer, ce sont des préoccupations actuelles. Je voudrais attirer l'attention de nous tous sur la nécessité d'accompagner ce type de projet, mais faudrait-il que tout acteur ou tout acteur qui a la sensibilité pour l'environnement, pour les ressources naturelles, nous puissions prêter attention sur la prise en compte des aspects environnementaux pour ne pas laisser, excusez-moi, rien que les ingénieurs du génie civil à continuer par faire construire les villes comme ce qu'elles étaient par le passé. Il ne faut pas que la gestion, la construction des villes durables fasse partie de la biodiversité faune et flore. Ça, je parle des questions pratiques, opérationnelles, des observations sur le terrain. Donc, je voudrais inviter nous tous. Et la hiérarchie du projet, donc qui finance du GEF, donc finançant les villes durables, les projets des villes durables, que nous insistions sur des indicateurs environnementaux que nous devons suivre de près pour éviter de tomber dans le travers des villes qui sont construites par le passé. Sur la question de solutions fondées sur la nature. C'est vrai, c'est une terminologie qui est partagée partout, mais j'ai l'impression que il n'y a pas de contenu, mais je suis très heureuse de voir ici qu'il y a un contenu et qu'il faut, je voudrais inviter le secrétariat GEF à diffuser ces documents, donc cette capitalisation sur les solutions basées sur la nature et de voir dans la pratique comment on observe les acteurs de mise en œuvre des projets, comment ils intègrent. Ce n'est pas que, il ne faut pas que ce soit que dans le vocabulaire. Oui, nous faisons la gestion basée sur la nature, mais dans la pratique, vous ne verrez rien. Du point de vue stratégie opérationnelle, la démarche, moi personnellement, donc en tant que spécialiste environnement, j'ai dû documenter région par région, localité par localité, la stratégie, les solutions basées sur la nature. Et là, ça doit être une première démarche si on veut être concret sur le terrain et une démarche de stratégie de mise en œuvre de solutions basées sur la nature. Dès que vous capitalisez ça, vous pouvez passer à l'action et diffuser ça. Et ça peut être utilisé de façon transversale d'une communauté à une autre. Que ce ne soit pas que du discours, mais travaillons à ce que cela soit effectif sur le terrain. Solutions basées sur la nature, ce n'est pas encore très opérationnel sur le terrain. Merci.
Merci beaucoup pour vos commentaires. Rob Wing, please.
Thank you very much. I wasn't going to comment, but then I decided I really needed to express the U.S. strong support for the work of the Independent Evaluation Office and say that we are comfortable with approving both the work program and the budget proposed. We believe that the evaluation topics suggested are germane for both the GEF, but also the larger system of environmental finance. So just thanks so much for your work. Really appreciate the presentation, and we're comfortable with the budget and work program. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Last words to you.
Thank you very much. And note again, in order just that UK supports a Swiss proposal for the risk study, and so we will have to take it up, and we will consult with you later on regarding the exact scope and the questions and so on. Again, Indian support very much appreciated, and we would love to do that kind of broader stuff. It's of course a matter of resources. We are less than 20 people in the office also, and all of that. But we have a lot of collaboration with other institutions, and now with the global evaluation initiatives and GCF and CIFs and so on. So and the UN system. So we can try to do some of that kind of stuff. You mentioned the annual summary studies, and I kind of thought that the annual performance report that we present is an attempt at that. But if you have ideas how it could be improved, so we would be very much welcoming that, because it's basically based on the terminal evaluation findings of the whole portfolio of that cohort, and then we now and it goes through the performance parameters and so on, and then we take a specific theme there where we try to dig deeper. Alimata, thank you for this. advisement.
Her name is Jan.
Jan, sorry, yeah. For this advice, which is also for the whole group. And thanks, Rob, very much for the strong support, as usual. I think that's all.
I just wanted to add my thank you for the encouragement and the support and the seriousness with which our evaluation findings are taken. I think it means a lot to the IEO team. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think it's without a doubt that the Council strongly support the independent evaluation function of the GEF, and that the work program as well as the budget have been well received. We will formally adopt it when everyone has had a chance to see the revised decision text. So we'll reintroduce for formal adoption, but it is very clear today that everybody supports the IEO, both the work program and the budget. With that, just a few housekeeping announcements. We will adjourn. The STAP will be at 2. And then we will need to discuss BBNJ tomorrow. The CEO lunch with agencies will be rescheduled, and details will be forthcoming. In Santa Cruz 1, the postponed lunch on restructuring, that's where it will be. And council members and alternates are welcome to that one. For other people, lunch is in the usual place, 2 floors down. Did I miss anything, Secretary?
We're back at 2.
We are back at 2. Sharp, please.